I hate how quiet the Switch 2 is. Let's bring back catchy music to Nintendo consoles. I love how even Pokemon is like dead quiet. These are some pretty ambiguous faces. No music for character customization? Ash brown is fine. There's really not much you can do for character customization. That's it. Wait, you can't change the type of hair? No, that's got to be a thing, right? You can't change the hair type. Okay. You can in the world when there's hair salons. Yeah, you should still be able to do a little customization at the start of the game, though. God damn. Alright, who's ready for a 3-hour tutorial? You know what? I'm gonna commit at the start to not caring about the story. You know why? Because Nintendo themselves don't care about the story. Because they still don't have voice acting, those lazy bastards. At least the music's good when we, you know, get into battles and stuff. Oh, I played Legends Arceus. I didn't finish it, though. I was, like, super into it for the first 10 or so hours, and then I realized just how repetitive that game was getting. Like, I got to the snow area, and I kind of, like, Got bored with the game by then. I only talk to Staryu, nobody else. Well, at least the frame rate's nice for now. Did he just curse? It looked like it. Yeah, pick the guy with no socks on. Yeah, I'm not reading the story in this game if you're expecting that. Hell no. If Nintendo ain't putting in the effort, I'm not. It would be different if it looked more like the Brilliant Diamonds, Shining Pearl, right? Like a game like that without voice acting is understandable for Pokemon, but not for these games. It's just kind of like super awkward. I've seen a cutscene where like there's characters singing in a rock band and you can't hear anything. It's just like one of the most awkward cutscenes I've ever seen. I think the thing that bugs me even more is like the mouths move with a lot of effort. Like it almost looks like the mouths are synced to actual dialogue. So I think that's what makes it even stranger. It really does look like somebody just went into the settings and muted the voice audio. I wonder who my first non-free shiny Pokemon will be. It's probably gonna be some bullshit. It's probably gonna give me like the worst Pokemon possible. I'd take a shiny Magikarp. Shiny Gyarados. Oh, I'm sure it's gonna be a bird. I don't think I'm topping my shiny luck from Scarlet and Violet. Scarlet and Violet, they at least gave me pretty cool ones. Yeah, I'm aware of how the shiny works. I mean, it can go away. If you find 13 shinies, then the first one disappears. Is it 11? Yeah. So, like, you can kind of get screwed over if you spawn a bunch of shinies on rooftops that you can't see. I don't remember all the shinies I caught, but I ended up with, like, Dragonite, Blissey, Electrode, Q-Fant, all kinds of fun ones. So I beat Scarlet and Violet with shinies only, and it was a pretty good team for the end of the game. I went through the Elite Four without using any items, with shinies only. That was fun. Looks pretty nice. Decent draw distance. I like the detail of the grass moving. The buildings could use some work with the textures. Like, there's no excuse that the railing is just like just a flat JPEG for all of this stuff. I feel like at this point we can have, you know, at least ledges poking out of the buildings. Well, you all know who my starter is going to be. It's obvious. It is kind of messed up, though. Like, where's Cyndaquil at? Oh, he was Legends Arceus. Alright, the choice is obvious. Tepig, I'm obviously not choosing you. Because my favorite has always been Totodile. I mean, he obviously has the coolest evolution. Olafurofan? Totodile gets benched, though. As soon as I find my first shiny, I'm not allowed to use him anymore. Or I could use the same rules that I used in Scarlet and Violet. I'm able to use my starter until I get my 6th shiny. Quest given shinies count? No. I'm not sure I'm gonna allow that. I think I'm only gonna go with shinies I find in the wilds. Hopefully this is a good placement for my webcam, let's see. No, I gotta move it. Do that now while we're in a beginner battle. Good. Yeah, so for people that haven't seen it, Pokemon's no longer turn-based. It's like full-on action. Pokemon can even target you. It's a cool little remix team. I wish my controller gave a slight rumble when a move was ready. I'm just really excited to hear the music in this game. The bits and pieces I've heard have been really good. Especially battle music. Thanks, Sim. Appreciate that. Yeah, shiny only playthrough definitely makes things a little more interesting. Because you don't get to particularly choose who you bring with you in your adventure. And I like it because in my past with Pokemon, the thing I like the least is that it's really hard for me to decide on a team, right? Like, how do you decide on a team when there's so many Pokemon? So, why not let the game choose for you what Pokemon you get to bring with shinies? It's sort of like a randomizer. One of my pet peeves with games is when they give you a dialogue option, but both things essentially mean the same thing and they both lead to the same dialogue. Not a fan of any game that does that. Yeah, hopefully I get a shiny that Mega Evolves. I actually kind of like the way this game looks at night. Which is nice, because I usually don't like games at night. The lighting that they use with, like, the gates and stuff looks kind of cool. It's like a virtual reality kind of look. Every time Tepig says something, because I go through it fast, it looks like he says shit, if you look at the dialogue. Yeah, I chose Cyndaquil in, like, my Generation 2 playthroughs, just because who doesn't love Typhlosion? But these days, I think Totodile has definitely taken over for me as my favorite. Who doesn't love a giant dinosaur-looking Pokemon? It's a nice song. The starters are shiny locked, by the way, so you can't get a shiny starter. For those wondering. I wonder if this is going to be one of those games where using something like Leer is actually worth it. Really cool song. Just started, Bobby. Yep. Yep, nice to meet you. Pretty excited for this playthrough. I mean, it was pretty hard having to wait all October to play this game, not gonna lie. You know, I lost a little bit of my excitement, obviously, because launchitis wore off, but I just really hope I like it. Yeah, the tutorial, like, buckle up. The tutorial I've heard is, like, at least 3 hours long. Hopefully some interesting stuff happens through it, though. The speedrunners must hate this tutorial. Because I'm pretty sure you can't skip cutscenes, right? Can you skip cutscenes in this? How the hell did the speedrunners play this game if the opening is like 3 hours of unskippable cutscenes? Did I enjoy the previous Pokemon game? So the first time I tried playing Scarlet and Violet, if that's the one that you're talking about, I couldn't finish it because the frame rate bothered me so much. But now I played like on the Switch too, and I did a shiny only playthrough and I loved it. It became one of my favorite Pokemon playthroughs that I've ever done. If you meant Legends Arceus, I enjoyed it, but I couldn't finish the game. I'm tempted to do another playthrough of it and do a shiny only playthrough. Because I just really find that shiny only playthroughs make it a lot more exciting. And for those of you that are new to Pokemon, you don't know it's shiny Pokemon. There's no stat difference, it's just literally a super rare variant of a Pokemon that you can run into that has a different color scheme. I think the chances are, what, 1 in 4,096 or something like that, that a Pokemon spawns as a shiny? Right? Are those the normal odds? Well, at least the trees and the grass are animated. That goes a long way with, like, making the environments look a little more lively. No items. That means, yes, that means I will be spending a lot of time trying to encounter shinies. You don't battle to get shinies in this, though. I think the method with this one is you literally just run around or re-enter zones to respawn them. So the method that I used in Scarlet and Violet is pretty much how you do it in this game. Yeah, I did full odds shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet. I didn't use outbreaks for anything for shinies. It looks like a Puyo Puyo slime. Hello, Brandon. You're new to Pokemon? Well, this will be an interesting way for you to see what they're like. Maybe it'll grow on you. I really like the music so far. It's like very chill. I can't wait to hear some of the normal battle themes because they are so energetic. I don't know how much time tonight we're going to spend shiny hunting. Right? Like we can literally start the game and spend the entire stream hunting a single shiny Pokemon. So let's hope it doesn't come down to that. Personally, I don't care what Pokemon I get shiny. I'd be happy with any of the original 251 as a shiny. As long as the Pokemon looks cool, especially with a cool shiny. I just want to let you know I'm max mashing through this dialogue. I know it looks like I'm like giving time to read it. Luckily I can read fast, so I can still read this dialogue even though I'm going as fast as I can through it. It's like just the right speed. How long until I'm able to start catching Pokemon in the wild, though, like, realistically? Any of you know? When do I get to actually start shiny hunting, is the question. Yeah, for those that missed my Scarlet and Violet playthrough, I had incredible shiny luck. Like, crazy shiny luck in that game. With full odds. My first stream, I had like 3 or 4 shinies. It's a nice room. Honestly, the 60 frame rate goes a long way to making this game look nicer than it probably does otherwise. Hello, Lucimento. Smash the pink crystals, okay. Tandem Mouse is a really... That's a hard shiny to notice. Luckily, this game has the sound effect and the shiny effect to tell when something's shiny, though. At least I don't have to, like, keep my eyes peeled like crazy in Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, it'll be much harder to miss a shiny in this game. Like, it's going to be very obvious when one spawns, thankfully. I did miss a shiny in Scarlet and Violet, which would have been my 3rd shiny Golduck. Well, who knows? I could have missed others too, but that one was the only one that someone made a clip of. So shinies don't despawn unless you find too many of them. So if a shiny spawns in the game world, it'll be stored there forever until you find a 12th shiny or an 11th shiny. I think it's like the 12th one. So, like, imagine 11 slots. But then when you find that 12th slot, it will replace the first shiny with the 12th shiny. So, in other words, yeah, you're not going to be able to, like, miss a shiny. Unless you... I think even if you kill it by mistake, can't you reload or something? I don't know how that works, I forget. I watched a video on it when the game first came out. God, I don't, like, speedrunning this game must be miserable. The speedrunners must be losing their mind over how much cutscenes there are in the beginning. I think Nintendo honestly does it on purpose. Nintendo hates speedrunners with these games. They really do. Because every Pokemon game always has really, really long, unskippable cutscenes in the beginning. Yeah, I heard keeping autosave on with this game is actually, like, good for shiny hunting. Yeah, but I'm sure Nintendo has a little bit of say. Like, hey, make sure you put in, like, a 2-hour tutorial with unskippable cutscenes, so we don't want people... I think the reason why they probably don't like speedrunners is because speedrunners find ways to break their games, and it's, like, embarrassing for Nintendo and Game Freak. So they discourage them by just having terrible beginnings. Just want to remind you, this is the fastest I could smash through this dialogue. Yeah, so the point of the game is to climb from rank Z to rank A. Not as exciting as it sounds, though, because apparently you could do one battle and move up, like, 10 ranks. So it's kind of just, like, a flavor kind of thing. It's not actually, like, the main thing you do in the game. At least you don't, like, grind it excessively. It sounded like a really cool concept when they first talked about it, though, with this game. But then I found out that it's just, like, whatever. It doesn't really mean much. These cutscenes aren't skippable in a second playthrough or anything, though, are they? Like, is it always something that you just have to watch the whole time? You have to delete your save to do another playthrough? Damn. That's, unfortunate. How nice of my starting rival. I mean, they're not even rivals anymore in Pokemon games. They're like best friends. I always pick the Pokemon that's weak to my starter. Am I able to heal? I guess I should have been using water gun. Man, listen to this song go hard. I just think they should give you the option for the people that just, like, don't care about tutorials like this to just, like, skip them. Just be like, yeah, fast forward me. At least in a second playthrough for sure. Thanks, Timothy. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Thank you for the 87 months. So for anybody that hasn't seen this Pokemon yet, this Pokemon game, the entire thing takes place in a giant city. There's no, like, outdoor areas. They're all little parks. Oh, good. You don't have to hold the run button. Where'd she go? Oh, this way. Did she go up the ladder? Yep. I feel like I'm gonna have a hard time figuring out my way around this city. It's pretty big. Everything's gonna look the same too. I like the potion sitting behind her. I don't need to catch a certain amount of Pokemon to progress the game like an Arceus, right? Or I guess, I mean Pokemon Let's Go. I guess it's just for bonus items. I wonder who the main, like, speedrun Pokemon is going to be in this game. Anybody know? Any of you, like, seen the speedruns for this shit? Who's, like, the main Pokemon they're using to carry them through the game? Heracross? Well, at least it's a cool one. Do you get Heracross as, like, a free Pokemon or something, or you have to catch it? It's a trade from a side mission. And then they use Heracross the entire game? So it's interesting to see what Pokemon they pick for a speedrun. Thoughts so far? It's really hard to give thoughts. I mean, I'm literally locked into a tutorial at the moment, but from the little bit that I've been able to play, it seems fun. I like the music, and 60 frames looks nice. Alright, I'm assuming I have to catch this for the tutorial. I love this little remix they have for the song. Like, there's very subtle Pokemon song remixes in here if you listen carefully. Bunnelby has been on your team since the tutorial. How long did it take you guys to find your first wild shiny Pokemon if you found one? Oh wait, you just need 5 Pokemon species to get that prize? Oh okay, it looks like I have to catch 5 Pokemon to do this. Okay, so technically I'd have to catch 2 shiny... I don't know if I'm going to sit here until I catch 2 shiny Pokemon in this little tiny zone. This is like just the tutorial zone, right? Do they let me leave here? Can I leave here? I can. Can I go to a bunch of different spots? I mean, technically I can catch whatever Pokemon I want, but I'm only able to battle with shiny Pokemon. Oh, thank you. Thought he was gonna battle me. I don't think I can really even find shiny Pokemon here, because I'm locked into this zone and you need to move far enough away in order to respawn them. So I'm just gonna do this tutorial part. What do the arrows on the right mean? Like catch chance or something? So did I get all 5 species? I don't think so. I guess I don't have what I needed. Should find 5 species, right? Guess I still only have 4. Maybe I did. I guess I got the 5 types. Is that the Pokemon catching part you guys were talking about? When do they actually let me free to wander where I want? So in other words, I'm not really going to be able to hunt shinies for a bit then, right? Yeah, I agree. I like the voice acting. It's one of the better points of the game. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be getting many TMs in this game. I'm not going to be catching that many Pokemon. Well, they're always available, but like the zones that I'm gonna be like that zone I was just in. That's probably a pretty miserable zone to hunt shinies in because it's so small. What was he saying? Ooh. Okay, some of these might be required to to get through the game. So maybe I do have to catch certain Pokemon. Maybe not. Maybe just Rock Smash. He fell one shiny? Oh my goodness. You guys are not giving me hope that I'm going to be able to do a shiny playthrough very easily. Who am I teaching this to? Yeah, I've heard that you have to, like, there's a lot of work you gotta do to get Shiny Charm in this game. It's just not... Most people will be done with the game by the time you get Shiny Charm. That hat looks ridiculous. Yeah, Shiny Charm is the last reward. I just never understood getting something like the Shiny Charm as like the final reward when you're practically already done with the game. Right? They give you the Shiny Charm in Scarlet and Violet for filling out the Pokédex, right? It's like by then you're pretty like, what's the point of hunting shinies at that point? You're done. Now, if you can carry it over into a new playthrough, that's a different story. Shiny Charm increases your odds pretty significantly. You go from like 1 in 4,000 to like 1 in 1,000 something, I think. 1,300. It looks nice. The frame rate, just like Scarlet and Violet, the frame rate goes a long way to making this game look a lot nicer. Yeah, 1 in 1,024, yeah, so huge improved odds. But by the time you get it, you're pretty much done with the game. Unless you're still playing online. Plus with Shiny Charm, you'll find a lot more shinies and that makes them feel a little less special. At least with full odds, you actually get some adrenaline rush from actually finding a shiny, because it's not likely. Especially if you're hunting a specific one. Video Games 8, My Soul. I like the name. Thank you for the Prime sub for 2 months. Hello, Tommy. How cool would it be if you had to fight actual players online to rank up in this game as part of the main story? We'd be one step closer to a Pokemon MMO. Yeah, people were not kidding with this tutorial. Well, it's alright, Goat, but I'm still in a tutorial at the moment, so I'll know in a few hours. The tutorial is a lot of cutscenes, so I've barely been able to play the game. Okay, so can I, like, leave this night area? Like, can I right now go into some wild zones or something to look for shinies? Or do I have to do this right now? Alright, so in other words, I'm gonna have to use non-shiny Pokemon for right now then, right? There's really not much I can do about it. Of course, it doesn't have an electric move. She don't have her Pokemon out. Want a tip. It's a stealth game now. Can I use items in battle? Doesn't look like it. Whoops, I used the wrong button. Imagine an online Pokemon game with that gameplay system, though. Where, like, you sneak around and come up behind other trainers. Like a Metal Gear Solid Pokemon game. Okay, can I use my potion right now? Okay, that works. Oh man, the bastard got me. Yeah, someone recommended running around the entire game once they let you and unlocking all the fast travel points before you even start playing the game. I guess it makes sense. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll just, like... As long as I'm not running into Pokemon that can, like, one-shot me. Ah, damn. They saw me. Level 18. What the hell? I think I'm supposed to lose this. Yeah. Then they're gonna be like, oh, you gotta rank up in order to do this. Didn't they say I had to go do my rank up? I thought that was still part of the tutorial. I guess not. Whatever. Man, where do they want me to go now? Nearby Pokemon Center. Gosh, getting around here is a pain. But wait, like, to get to the Pokemon Center, I gotta go through here, right? Fast travel. What's the map button? So right now is the only place that I'm able to find shiny Pokemon is just that one little starter zone that I was just in before? Is there really no other place that they'll let me go to right now? Yeah, cause yeah, see they keep pulling me back in this tutorial. But I literally can't move around because they keep pulling me back in the tutorial. Right now, see, like, even if I wanted to go find shinies, I can't because they keep telling me to come talk to her when I try and go too far. Alright, let's see what happens. See what happens if I go this way. Honestly, just running around and getting items may not be a bad idea either. Is that part of the same zone I was in? Yeah. Oh, Pichu. That's probably a pain in the ass shiny to try and get. That's the only spawn there. Yeah, see, they're not letting me. Literally the only place I can go right now is Wild Zone 1. I think we're just gonna have to do it with normal Pokemon. These are all super lame potential shinies, too. There's not a lot of Pokemon in here, either. I'm pretty sure if I shiny hunted in Wild Zone 1, it would take, like, 20 hours. I'm not sure if they'll let me up on the roofs right now, though. Is there a roof I can access right now? Everyone has a ladder. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's go. Oh, right there. Oh, I need Rock Smash. I better teach it to someone that I'm gonna have in my party for a bit. I guess we'll teach it to Bunnelby. Oh, they are unlimited? Okay, hold on. Where do I go to teach it? Oh man, they won't let me climb the ladder. Listen, as much as I want to get a damn shiny before I do this promotion match, It's just too limiting right now. I'm not shiny hunting in this freaking zone for 20 hours. I'm not shiny hunting 20 hours to get a goddamn bird, okay? We're just gonna have to wait. Can't fast travel. In an area that small, too, like, you can be shiny hunting for way longer than 20 hours, just to be clear. So I'm not getting caught up in that yet. Once the rains are off, then we'll start doing it. I'll be pretty pissed if I get a shiny Flabébé. It's like the worst shiny you can get, you can't even tell. I probably should have rested before this. Am I full HP? I like this song. Now the battle music begins. Ah, crap. See if I can get one move off. Love this song. This is how all Pokemon battle music should sound, in my opinion. Get out of here with your trash-ass Scarlet and Violet gym battle music. This is what the gym battle music should have sounded like in Scarlet and Violet. So is this game pretty much just like spam your moves as fast as you can with like little to no strategy? Is that pretty much what this comes down to? Just whatever's on and off cooldown, just use it? I'm actually kind of screwed here. Wasn't expecting the Pikachu. My types don't compatible with that one. Ooh, poison. I love how small Weedle is. I hope I get like a shiny Weedle or something stupid. Yeah, Pikachu is going hard right now. Holy crap. I'm actually using Growl and stuff to make it weaker. So my Totodile has a chance. All the growls definitely helped me win this. Well, I'm hoping the game naturally becomes more difficult for me because I'm choosing shiny only. We'll see how it goes. Because then I'll be forced to use... In the beginning of the game, I'll only be able to use a few Pokemon. Like, 1 or 2 at the start. Hmm. Well, just found the next $500 Pokemon card. I actually hate trainer cards. The only trainer cards I like are like the older Wizards of the Coast ones. Rank Y. Yeah, the ranks don't really matter. Yeah, I've never been into the designs of the characters in these Pokemon games. I think a lot of them are pretty hideous, honestly. Like, people go crazy for the trainer cards, like with the trading card game. All the, like, girl characters stuff, like hundreds of dollars for these cards, and, like, I just don't. Not my thing. Not Pokemon characters. That's for sure. The Pokemon themselves, alright. But for me, I mean, if you got a little kid or something, okay, they like the trainer cards. But yeah, I'm not in the boat of liking all these kid characters. Like, just the card art too doesn't do anything for me. I have no attachment to these characters. Like, I like the original art, right? Like, Sugimori style art of the trainers from, like, the Gym series with Wizards of the Coast. Those cards look cool. I just don't like the new style of them. Just like a nice basic portrait card of the trainers was really nice. Like the original gym leaders. Yeah, Larry. I like Larry. Yeah, he's one of the few I like. Oh my goodness. Hour and a half. We're halfway through the tutorial. Well, it looks like we found the characters that collect the female trainer Pokemon cards. Judging by their shirts. I love when they give me control of my character for 2 seconds before going back into a tutorial. That's why I even bother at that point. Looks decent up on top. I don't see anything down there. I think that's where I can come up from down where I tried to go before. Chose the wrong one. Does it ever get annoying constantly breaking these crystals? Oh, hold 99 or 999. Okay. So it's not like imperative to break every single one. No fall damage. Wait, isn't that the wild zone that's famous for like easy shiny hunting? Is it wild zone 2? I know one of them is like easy peasy shiny hunting. I hate to take one of those shinies because it just seems too easy. I don't think that's it though. Area 3, okay. Am I gonna have to, like, do battles between now and the end of the tutorial still? The wild zones do look nice, at least. Or you can get Magikarp in here. Oh my god. Okay, how do we save the game? I gotta get down this timing, because in case I see something, I gotta panic save, so it's X and R. Am I even gonna be able to catch one of these shinies with my current Pokemon levels? I guess so. And getting a shiny Magikarp would be pretty nice. Yeah, the Pokemon selection in here is a little crappy. Let's see. Is there another exit in here? Over there. Can I go across here? Oh, you can. Hey. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Imagine if my first shiny is Magikarp and I have to try and battle through with him in the beginning. Tackle everything. Once I come over here, you can't get back out. Okay. So do these Pokemon despawn the second I leave this wild zone? Or do they still stay spawned? Looks like they despawn. They don't? Ooh, they let me move through there, nice. Would I be able to see a shiny from out here? Or do I have to be in there? I can see a shiny from out here. So do you think it's the best way to do this would honestly be to just run around the perimeter here? But it doesn't look like... Oh, it is spawning some Magikarps. Because this technically would be 70 meters and despawn things. Right? Like, do you think that's far enough? I know there's a way I can test it by checking Pokemon levels. Setting a pin on the map. That's a good idea. So, like, if I put one here... So now that despawns everything in that area. Oh, you can get a Kakuna. You see him chilling on the tree? That would be a cool shiny. So technically, if I had a pin over here and it ran to the other side. The only thing, though, is it doesn't seem like it's spawning many Magikarp. until I go in there, you know? I wonder if there's a guide on YouTube on how to shiny hunt Wild Zone 2. Can one of you check if there's a YouTube guide on this zone, Wild Zone 2, and like let me know what method they're recommending? Whatever the latest one is. Well, I don't know if fast traveling is going to be easier than doing what I'm doing right now, because technically running around here is resetting spawns. Fast travel and run through it. Yeah. Alright, let's try the fast travel method. How do we do this? So just do this every time. Guess as long as the loading isn't... Okay, so do that and literally just run through. I think you're right, that probably is the best way. I think this will be the route. I'll just run through the middle. Quickly check over here for the Kakuna. Is there anything else over here? Yeah, and then a couple Magikarp. I gotta get... I think the map button in Scarlet and Violet was like the button I keep pressing. So there will be a sound, a very distinguished sound that you'll hear, and a shiny animation when a shiny spawns. So it's kind of hard to miss. But since I'm doing a shiny-only playthrough, I mean, I can't just keep using my normal Pokemon to get through the game. I gotta commit to shiny-only. I think we can all agree that in the beginning it's fair that I had to do what I had to do to get past that one promotion fight. But at this point, I think I have to go shiny. So it looks like one of my first shinies is going to be a Magikarp, a Budu, or a Kakuna, or the Barnacle thing. Oh, I gotta target it to get the silhouette. At least the loading is fast. Can't target them. Can I get up here? Hat Rat. Binacle. Just want to get them all targeted. Target the Kakuna. Are there any Pokemon that I'm missing in here? Still missing one. What have I not targeted? Staryu comes out at night. Ooh, that would be a cool shiny. Should I wait until night to... Does the Staryu replace, like, Magikarp or something? What does it replace? Okay, so if I run here, I don't need to go over there to see if the Magikarp is shiny. Honestly, it may be better, instead of running around that perimeter, to run here. I think the... Oh, you can see the Kakuna over there. If I can see the Kakuna, would the sound go off, or would I need to get closer? It sucks that I need to run all the way around, literally, to check one Pokemon. Even though I can kind of look at it. What color is shiny Kakuna? I can kind of see it on the tree to see if it's shiny. Yeah, but I don't want the easy way. I'm aware that Wild Zone 3 is, like, super easy to get a shiny. I've seen the method. It's kind of lame. I know what you do there. I don't like AFK shiny hunting. I want the pain. Don't think so. You could sit on a bench to advance time. You have to get pretty close, yeah. Do any of you know what Staryu replaces? Which Pokemon goes away? No, yeah, I'm aware of Wild Zone 3. I'm aware. But I'm dedicated, like, it's a shiny only playthrough, right? So I gotta get a shiny. I'm aware of the cheap-ass methods in Wild Zone 3. It's green? Okay, so I should be able to run over here, spawn any potential shinies here, and then check manually here. Yeah, I mean, you can see he's yellow. But running right here should, other than that one pat rat over there, it should spawn a shiny. Like, I should be close enough to know. I haven't played a Nier game since the original in 360. Which I like, but I'm not, like, obsessed with it. But I still gotta play Automata. If I spam fast travel, though, it'll only... I still have to run through here to check for the shinies. And if only I can cut across... There's no way up here, right? There's no jump in this, right? That would be too convenient. Oop, come on. Oh, maybe going this way is better. Then I can't really see Kakuna. Oh man, it replaces... I mean, I'll take a shiny Staryu, that's fine. I don't need a shiny Magikarp. I could run through here instead. Maybe this will be better if I cut left and then go this way. And then end here. All the spawns within the fast travel spot will spawn in. I see what you mean. But then I wouldn't get a chance at, like, Kakuna. And it'll only be, like, a couple of Magikarp that'll have a chance. I feel like this would be faster. Because you'll see more Magikarp here, just running through here like this, than you probably would spamming the fast travel. Because, yeah, when I first walk in, it's only, like, 2 Magikarp. You see what I mean? Like, because I'm running over here, every second or two, like, 1 or 2 Magikarp spawn in. So it's still, I don't know, it still feels optimal to check those. The sound is really hard to miss, by the way, so... What color is shiny Magikarp? Is it just like a lighter red? Yeah, I think cutting in there would be good. Gold, okay. Oh, that's right, he is gold, yeah, yeah. Oh, at least it's a nice environment, we got nice music. Could be worse, it could be silent. Just gotta decide like where it's necessary for me to do the reload. I'm thinking like right here is fine. That should definitely hit every spawn. You can link it for other people, yeah. For me, it's not really necessary to know the colors in this one because unlike Scarlet and Violet, I gotta listen more with my ears more so than like look. So this will definitely be a bit more of a relaxed shiny hunt because in Scarlet and Violet, boy, that was intense. Gotta be super alert. And you can miss shinies, whereas this game, the audio cues will be very nice. There should be a shiny for every one of these Pokemon, yes. I would prefer Magikarp the most, or Kakuna, but there's only a single Kakuna here. Any games I'm hoping to get discounted for Black Friday? I wouldn't mind getting Lost Soul Aside to see what that game is like, if it's cheap enough. I feel like that would be one of the cheaper Black Friday games, too. Sonic Rumble? Yes, I will. I always accept it as a partner creator for that game, so I'll at least be playing it a couple times. Plus, you know, I was gonna try it anyway to see what the full release is like compared to that beta that I played like half a year ago. See what kind of improvements they've made. You just got a shiny Magikarp, nice. Are you using the exact same method as me? Or are you just like literally loading in and doing that over and over? Personally, I just find this a bit more engaging. I don't like that reload method, that's kind of drive me crazy. At least this should get to move around a little bit. Three runs, wow. That's really lucky. Do you have the shiny charm or anything? Are you using the same path as me? You know, I'm not sure if I'm close enough to that barnacle thing to know if it was a shiny. It's the only thing I'm worried about. Do I... Okay, so here's the question. Do I have to see the shiny animation to, like, have it save? Or will it save itself? Like, if it spawns into the shiny but I don't get close enough to it. It will, okay. So technically, if I eventually notice it, I don't have to, like, hear it the first time. You don't need to see it? Okay. So as long as it, like, spawns in way off in the distance, it'll always be there. I mean, you gotta admit, starting a shiny-only playthrough with a potential shiny Gyarados, that would be pretty good. It'd be pretty good. But this is the exciting thing. We don't know which one they're gonna give me. It can be... You know it's gonna be one of these other bullshit Pokemon. It's gonna be the goddamn beaver. You know, it's going to be really funny though if I get the Magikarp. If I decide to get rid of my other Pokemon, it's going to be really interesting just battling with a Magikarp. How long into my stream did I start this hunt? I think an hour and a half, I think, right? So we've been at this for about 20 minutes. Two shiny Magikarps? What the hell? How is your luck that crazy? Why did you stay in the zone? Were you looking for another one? Like a different Pokemon? I'm not sure yet. The way that I did it in Scarlet and Violet, I allowed myself to keep using non-shiny Pokemon until my team filled out with shiny Pokemon. But the combat in this game is not quite as difficult. I don't think, at least. So, we'll see. I at least allowed myself to use my starter until I caught my 6th shiny. I wonder if that's the only Kakuna spawn for a long time. Secretly, I hope my shiny's Kakuna, because I like Beedrill. So you were, like, moving over here to see if you can see him. I can see him from here. So I would get Kakuna spawn, 1, 2, 3, 4... 4 Magikarp spawns, 5 Magikarp spawns, 6th one all the way over there, a Binacle, and a Patrat. I don't know, maybe that's the better thing? Maybe that route is just better to do. Because technically if I run all the way around the left, it does waste a lot of time. And if I go here, he pops in there. I get a Magikarp over there. So, like, eventually what I can do is do a lap around, like, maybe every 10th spawn. Every time I come in here, I can run over there and just, like, check and see that Magikarp. Maybe that one spawns in. I think that might be the better way of doing it. Or, I just run straight up the bridge, like this. Spawn everything to my left and my right. And then quit out right here. Right, but I don't think I got the Kakuna spawn. So I'd have to... You have to go... Oh, he's right there. Hold on, let me see when he spawns. Oh, he spawns right here. So as long as I make touching that bush part of the route, he will spawn in. Yeah, there he is. Looks like he takes a little bit, though. Yeah, I think this is much. Oh. It's probably the better way. Just want to really get that Kakuna timing down, though. Yeah, like right here. Either that or he takes a while to like actually load in. Magikarp and Staryu both spawn at night. But then they probably replace certain Magikarp spawns with Staryu though, right? It's not like you're getting additional spawns. So it's fun. If anything, this just increases my odds of Magikarp. So now, I wonder... I think once you hit that bush, he like eventually spawns in. It's really hard to tell. I mean, let's be real. The chances of the shiny being Kakuna is probably not worth this effort. Because it's just a single spawn. But I do want to at least make sure he spawns in, so as long as I hit that wall, should spawn him in. Let's see. He's not there. I think I have to like stare at him long enough or something. It's weird. It's a weird spawn. Oh, come on, that's super annoying. I'll let Johnny come. I think I have to hang to the left. Otherwise I get aggro from the binacle. And then I can't teleport out. Imagine if the shiny is that one that pops out of the water. That would be amazing. It's like a shiny jump scare. Might as well make this a horror game month game. See, now, I am very curious, though, if that Kakuna spawns in. Yeah, see, it doesn't look like he's in. You really do have to, like, stand there for a moment for him to load in. Sucks. Yeah, hopefully I get a Magikarp. Kind of hoping that just going like this will spawn the Kakuna, and then eventually I can check him. I don't think I'm gonna go out of my way to stop there and wait for him to spawn. Just go like this. There is a binnacle over there. No, hat rat. Is there really such a thing as competitive online with this game, though? Like, are people taking it pretty serious with their teams and everything? Hello, Jeremy. I'd take the most weird-ass Pokemon with me online. Ah, shoot. Check Kakuna. See, I wish I knew if the route that I take there spawns the Kakuna. I'm pretty sure it has to. I just wish I knew where, right? Like, where, like, does he spawn when I get around this area? Just, like, off-screen? I can see him from here, so... I think I am spawning him as long as I hug that rock. Now, I won't hear the shiny Kakuna. I'd have to manually run over and check it. So I think as long as I go like this, it should spawn him right about there. And then eventually... So just to be clear, what happens is, if the shiny Kakuna spawns, he will remain there as I keep fast traveling. Even though these other Pokemon are resetting, the shiny won't reset. So as long as I occasionally check it to see if the shiny's there, that's all I need to do. He can change trees. Oh, can he? That little bastard. But even if I go here, it should spawn him in one of those trees. And eventually I should look to the right just to make sure. Like, sometimes I should move over here just to make sure a shiny didn't spawn over here that I didn't see. Man, I'd take a shiny Weedle. I'd be happy with a shiny Beedrill. I'm pretty biased though, because I'll take a shiny anything for the original 151. Nah, I can only accept shinies I find myself. Set a pin on the trees. That's a good idea. Where is he? So this is like the furthest one he can spawn on. I have to be within 50 meters, you said, to spawn him? And then 70 to, like, despawn? Okay, so 50 right there should spawn him. That one wasn't close enough, but if I quit out right here, so we'll say this is the quit out spot, right about here, because that gets within 49 and you can see him. I don't know if I'm better off making my pin for the Pokemon on the right side then. Right, because I can pretty much figure out how to get Kakuna to spawn. But these ones over here... see, if I hug left here, how close do we get? Ooh, it like just barely spawns it in. So that would be the Pat right over there now. Okay. Yeah, so hugging here. Yeah, it would still spawn it. As long as it's in that area. Yeah, so I think this is the best route. Well, now if any of you go to Shiny Hunt to Magikarp, at least you know the best route to go here. And then get to about here and restart. Yeah, I don't want to go too far though, because there's no need to. Because eventually I can check if the Kakuna turned into a shiny. If I get to right about here, that spawns the Kakuna. So I don't have to go like all the way over here, if that's what you mean. Unless you mean the right side, Cliff. You know they're gonna give me the little freaking seed thing. C-Dot, whatever the hell, not C-Dot, what is it called? Are you hitting all the spawns pretty much with my route here? What I'm doing right now? Yeah, I think it hits all the spawns. The only one I was worried about was that one over on the right over there, but it still hits it right there. That's true. The evolution's pretty good. I forget, does the binnacle thing, does that evolve? Or is it just a basic Pokemon? I can't remember. It does. I'm trying to remember what it evolves into. Just can't remember what it looks like. Alright, so we're pretty much good with any shiny here except for Patrat, right? So you know what one I'm gonna get. Yeah, I guess the Pat Rat would be fun. Every once in a while, we gotta look over here. I don't know what color he'll be, but I'll assume it'll be noticeable. Man, Wafer Boy's luck finds 2 shiny Magikarp within 5 minutes. That's pretty crazy. Oh, I love Trubbish. Trubbish is actually one of my few, like, favorite newer gen Pokemon. I think that's... I love him because he's cute. But also, it's just such a ridiculous concept for a Pokemon. Yeah, if I'm able to shiny hunt Trubbish in this game, I'll go out of my way. The craziest thing, though, like, whatever Pokemon they decide to give me here will have a big role in how easy or difficult the beginning of this game is. Because it's like, alright, I'm either going to be stuck with a water Pokemon for a very long time, or a normal type, or a bug type. Grass type. What does shiny even do? It gives you about half a minute of adrenaline. And that's about it. And then you have a different color Pokemon on your team. See, the thing about doing a shiny only playthrough is you actually have to play with the shiny Pokemon. A lot of times by the time people find a shiny Pokemon, they've already got like their team all fully leveled and they don't really need the shiny, so they just throw it in a box. Not like this though. You get to cherish your different colored Pokemon. Practically for your whole playthrough. You guys will hear the sound too. Like, it is very distinct. You'll know when the shiny appears. No better stats. If anything, the shinies you get are usually like the worst stats ever, because you gotta get lucky twice. You gotta get lucky to get the shiny, and then you gotta get lucky for it to roll good stats, which never happens. Shiny count so far is 0. Grind for the first one. So just to recap how this is working. Like, obviously I'm not seeing every Pokemon, because some of them spawn far enough away, like the Kakuna, where I can't see it every attempt. And then the Pokemon or two that spawn all the way over there. But as long as I get within 50 meters distance, as long as it spawns into the game, I don't have to notice that it's shiny, it will remain there. So as long as I eventually manually move over there to go check it, it'll still be there. Wait, did they really have shinies in red and blue? How would you tell if it was a shiny in red and blue? Unless you mean like... Did they just give him, like, how would you get a shiny in Gen 1? Unless you mean, like, fire red, leaf green. You have to trade them up. Oh, you trade them up. Damn, that's crazy. So you wouldn't know you have a shiny until... So do people shiny hunt in Gen 1 by just, like, literally catching, like, hundreds of them and trading to gold and silver? So you can tell if it's a shiny if it has very specific stats. That's pretty crazy. No shiny effects or nothing, no, huh? It's just literally, here's your shiny stats. No, I don't want to do a shiny Gen 1 playthrough. I need to, like, see my shiny. I don't want to see it through stats. That's a little too much. I would do a shiny only Let's Go Pikachu or Eevee playthrough. I don't think I ever found a shiny in Let's Go. And at least in that game, no matter what shiny I get, it would be exciting. I would do a no item shiny only playthrough. And have to impose max levels because it's too easy to level in that game. I would still eventually love to try the speedrun of that game again. I did like 1 or 2 of them and really enjoyed it. That's a very hardcore speedrun though. That is actually probably one of the most difficult to master Pokemon speedruns. Because it's not like... There's no defined set of rules on a run of that game. It's a lot of improv with what Pokemon to catch. And backup plans and... a lot of on-the-fly thinking. So it's one of the easier Pokemon games to learn how to speedrun, but to master is probably one of the hardest. Maybe I just get back into Pokemon Yellow speedrunning. I did enjoy those. I never did get that full Mount Moon no encounter run. You guys remember? You remember the stream where I spent like 8 hours straight trying to go through Mount Moon without an encounter? With the step route. I spent more time trying to learn the Mount Moon route than speedrunning the damn game. Well, Gen 1 shiny only playthrough would be, like, I don't know, that would just wouldn't feel... You'd have to, like, every Pokemon you catch, you'd have to check the stats, right? To see if it's a shiny. That just sounds... I would do Fire Red, Leaf Green. Because at least then you can see them. Speaking of which, I still really need to play that game. Still never played Fire Red or Leaf Green. I know I'd really like it. Should make that a priority to get to this year, maybe. Question is, do I get Fire Red or Leaf Green? I like Venusaur. Alright, let's go check on Kakuna. Nope. Unfortunately, one of the only ways to help guarantee a non-scam copy of something like Fire Red or Leaf Green is to get a complete copy. Because at least those, since they're coming with the original stuff, it's less likely to be a bad cart. Oh, I don't even have to move forward to enter. I could literally just mash A. I just realized that. Just realized. Scarlet Hunting was better. Yeah. The problem with that, though, is there's no sound effect or visual. So. And there's also no guarantee that you're, like, your shiny, you could just run right by a shiny. I definitely prefer the shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet, though, for sure. Running around those big open zones was fun. But you won't get the adrenaline rush of hearing the shiny sound in that one like you do in this one. The thing is, you hear the sound effect, and if you don't immediately see it, you're like, ooh, there's a shiny. And then you scurry around to try and see which one you got. It would also be important to only buy copies of Pokemon games from, like, reputable eBay sellers. So, like, buying from some random person that barely has any feedback, even if it looks real, would be a little sketchy. I would trust the really big eBay sellers to know what they're doing with Pokemon. You know, like, the good, trustworthy ones. How many Pokemon do you think I've spawned here already? Like 500? It's gotta be up there. Every attempt I see, what, 20 Pokemon? So we're getting there. You know, eventually we'll hit the odds. I really want the shiny to be the jump scare Magikarp. It won't be that much of a jump scare, though, because his sound will probably spawn in before he actually jumps out of the water. It would spawn in technically, like, right here. And I would see him under there first, because he's the one that jumps. And there's another Magikarp to the right. How many Magikarp am I seeing every time? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Magikarp sound right? You can store shinies here. So like, if a shiny spawns and you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna keep hunting and not catch it. So as you run through here, you can have like 10 shinies in here all at once if you were really that dedicated. I can't believe you found 2 shiny Magikarp in like 5 or 10 minutes. That's crazy. Alright, let's check the one that's over here. Check Kakuna. Alright, we've been at this shiny hunt for about an hour so far. I think it's actually faster for me to run up to the gate though, because if I press it from far away, the animation to run up to the gate is slower than just running up to it, I believe. So I think it still is faster to hold up here and then hit A. So if you guys ever needed a reason to not do a shiny only playthrough, here's your reason. You gotta be into this if you're dedicated. And if you're really dedicated, you'd have to shiny hunt in Wild Zone 1. With only a few Pokemon spawns. All of which suck. We should take a guess as to which Magikarp will be the shiny Magikarp. For some reason, I'm really feeling it's gonna be the one in the far left distance. I eye him every time. That one right out there, right above my head. I feel like that's gonna be the one. The base shiny chance when starting a new game is 1 in 4,096. So every time one of these Pokemon spawns in, there is a 1 in 4,096 chance that it will be shiny. So it's only a matter of time. At least this area is nice. I'm gonna be seeing this damn thing in my dreams tonight. I'm gonna be running through here as I try and sleep. Kakuna, nope. Just like some of the zones in Scarlet and Violet, I still have not forgot them because of how long I had to run around in them shiny hunting. Like that desert area where I eventually caught the Voltorb and the Cufant. Pretty sure I can still navigate there with my eyes closed. The only thing that would be nice is if the music didn't fade out every time I reload. But whatever. At least it's not like a sudden stop. It fades out and fades back in pretty quickly. Plus, I think they keep the song going. Yeah, so the song keeps going, I believe, and then they just fade it in and out. So it's not like a reset. So I don't technically get to see the Kakuna, because I quit out too soon. But eventually I will go check. And like I said, if one of these attempts that actually spawned a shiny, he will still be there. But it's just more efficient to do this and not waste those precious seconds checking for Kakuna every time. I should actually probably repin the Kakuna. Let me do that now. So I can tell when I'm 49 away from it. I think this is the furthest tree he can spawn on, right? So we'll do this one. I wish I can take a bridge route, but unfortunately you can't go up here. I really like how they like escalate the music as you get close. I mean, we can go even deeper. We can be like, alright, maybe the shiny isn't going to be Magikarp. But which Pokemon will it be and which exact spawn will it be? Like I said, I'm feeling that Magikarp in the far distance. But for some reason, I also feel like it's going to be that Pokemon on the far right island over there. That one over there. Is it getting any closer to nighttime right now? Or do I keep resetting it every time I spawn in here? Because listen, I'll take my chances, greater chances at a Gyarados. Staryu would be cool, but... Top left is the timer. Is it just moving really slow? Well, at least it's got a decently realistic day-night time. In terms of day lasting quite a while. I hate it when it goes too fast. So once nighttime is here, some of the Magikarps will be replaced by Staryu. Which is fine, I'll take a Starmie. I really feel like they're gonna give me the barnacle thing, though. If I'm being real, like, just something tells me that's gonna be my shiny. We should really discuss what happens though. So I get the shiny, right? It spawns. I immediately save. Should I just toss Pokeballs at it? I didn't even take notice how many damn Pokeballs I have. I'm hoping I'm just going to be able to catch it first try. No, this won't be shiny Lux. The day-night bar isn't moving at all? Yeah, I haven't been looking at it. Yeah, I gotta... At this point, I almost forget the damn controls. What is it? Lock on with left trigger and then throw the Pokeball with right trigger? I've only done it like a few times at this point. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, maybe it hasn't transitioned to night because I'm still in the tutorial. Would they really shiny lock me, though? If anything, this is a good way to guarantee Magikarp the whole time. So, hey, if you're looking to hunt a shiny Magikarp, start a new game and do this because Staryu will never spawn. So if anything, doing this right now is arguably the best way to get a shiny Magikarp because you don't got to worry about nighttime and having to go rest to reset it. Magikarp does indeed evolve. Be funny if he didn't. Yeah, and he has a Mega, which is apparently really important for this game. Mega Evolution. You apparently need it to beat the game, so... I can't guarantee that I'm gonna get another shiny that goes into a Mega, so... This is a pretty good chance right now of getting a Mega. And the nice thing... Because alphas spawn at nighttime, right? So wouldn't there be an alpha Magikarp in here at night? So I'm like dodging that, which I know has a chance of being shiny. But still, like, I don't gotta worry about that thing aggroing me. Am I just not at the point in the game yet where the alpha will spawn? For this pond? You know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna catch my first shiny. I'm gonna get into another, like, trainer battle, and I'm gonna get one-shotted. And then fully regret going shiny only because it's gonna require a lot of grinding. Alright, I'm gonna take my Gyarados and they're gonna send me up against like a Raichu or something. Okay. So doing it this early is a good way to not have to worry about alphas aggroing. We've seen probably, what, 600 or 700 Magikarp spawns at this point? Or like 10 each time about. 9, I think we counted. So technically another like 3,400 or so. And we should have found one. Well, not just Magikarp, but that's just unfortunately not how the odds work. You're not guaranteed one at that point. Oh. Thought I saw one for a second over there jump out of the water. I'm starting to see things. I'm starting to hallucinate. That's what shiny hunting does to you. Check this one. Nope. Have any of you seen a shiny alpha in this? That feels like that's got to be really rare. You have one? Did you just stumble upon it randomly? Alpha Magikarp should be spawning here, yeah, because I remember when the game first came out, I watched a shiny hunting video going over the techniques, and they had an Alpha Magikarp in the water here. But he does aggro you, so he can kind of screw up if you're trying to catch a Pokemon. I'll be reopening my P.O. Box pretty soon. I planned on doing it this month. Because I want to start listing stuff for sale again, so... Yeah, apparently, this early in the game, it's locked to daytime. So it can't turn night for me right now. See, I thought that yellow exclamation before was the shiny Magikarp. Telling you, that one right there in the distance, that's going to be the shiny. If we get the Magikarp. I kind of hope it's one of these ones right here, because I'll hear the sound before I see the color. Right, like one of these ones that takes you off guard. Could be that one over there too. Yeah, the shiny is definitely going to be the rat on the cliff. And once I get a shiny here, to be clear, I'm leaving. If it isn't a Magikarp, then so be it. I think that's what I'm going to kind of make my rule. Once I find a new wild zone, if I choose to hunt in that wild zone, once I get one shiny, I have to move on. I can't keep hunting until I get the one I want. Make it more exciting. Does throwing a Pokeball from behind also increase the odds, like if they haven't noticed you? What color is the pet rat shiny? Isn't it like white? Dark brown with blue eyes. Yeah, I like the shinies where you can actually like tell the difference. Unlike Blissey. Barely a difference. It's like, oh, we toned down the shade of pink by like 5%. Shiny only runs common? I don't think so. Not on a first playthrough. Like, maybe you'll find people doing shiny only playthroughs in, like, second or third playthroughs of the game, but I don't think you're going to find many people that are doing a shiny only playthrough on their very first run of the game. Most people honestly just want to experience the game from the get-go. You got to be pretty dedicated to do this right now on a first playthrough, because you're like, oh man, I can't wait to see what's next in the game, but first, let's spend 10 hours shiny hunting. Plus, a lot of people don't want to shiny hunt without better odds. So doing full odd shiny hunting like this is also more uncommon. But I find full odd shiny hunting more exciting because it's just harder to find, it's just more exciting. What's the Professor Oak challenge? You know what's nice is I can actually read chat while shiny hunting in this game. I could just use peripheral vision to run across the bridge. I don't have to, like, I'm listening for the shiny, not so much looking. You know, some of the ones in the distance, yeah, I gotta look at them, but eventually, you know, if I look, I'll see them. So, like, right now I can read chat. Use peripheral vision to go around this mountain. So it's not like I have to be, like, 100% honed in on the game. You have to catch everything available as you go. Oh, wow. But you'd have to have a lot of knowledge as to what's possible to catch. And I think that would lead, like, for a first playthrough, that doesn't sound as fun. Because you'd have to spoil, like, what's possible to catch in the areas you're in, which takes away some of the fun. That can't be that hard, though, right? Unless there's, like, rare spawns or something. I don't know if there's rare spawns in this game. That one sounds a little more... I mean, I guess shiny hunting only playthrough is kind of tedious, but... Because if you're catching everything, I don't know, it's just like... You're never going to use those Pokemon. At least with shiny hunting playthrough, you have to use what you're getting, pretty much. I don't know. I guess it's just different. Can't knock until I try it, you know? Thank God the load times are good. Alright, let's do a run around to check for shinies. It's a real damn shame though that this game didn't get the like open world looking outdoor treatment like Arceus did, because these graphics, like this kind of area here, something that looks like this, for a big sprawling outdoor area would have looked really nice. I think you're a little behind on the stream, Johnny-Come. If you're, like, replying to asking if anybody has shiny alphas, I think you're maybe about 10 minutes behind. So when you guys shiny hunt in these wild zones, how long do you typically have to go before you find a shiny? 2 hours or something? Guess it highly depends on the zone. From 10 minutes to never. Have you actually given up on shiny hunting in certain wild zones? Because it took too long? I'm assuming those fire Pokemon probably have a bunch of annoying ranged attacks. Well, my shiny luck in this game is definitely not the same as it was in Scarlet and Violet, tell you that. I had some pretty insane luck in that game. You know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna catch a Magikarp, and like the first major gym type battle I gotta do is gonna be like electric type. Your longest hunt was a little over 4 hours. I feel like that's about how long one of mine was in Scarlet and Violet. I still think my favorite zone in that game that I shiny hunted was that flower field where I caught the Chansey. That was such a cool place. Your guess is Kakuna. That would be the least likely Pokemon to be shiny here, by the way, so I'd be impressed if that's the one. Since there's only one spawn. I got one shiny Chansey. It was the Golduck that I got two, and then I missed a third. Well, I caught a shiny Psyduck, and then I caught a shiny Golduck, and then I missed a third shiny Golduck. The shiny Psyduck was awesome. That's what really convinced me to do the shiny only playthrough too, because I remember I was talking about it. I'm like, man, I'm never gonna find the shiny Psyduck. It would be so cool to get one, and then like 30 seconds later, there he is. Full odds right in front of me. And he looks so cool in that blue. I bought, like, most of my shinies ended up being, like, baby blue and hot pink. My whole team. You could be right. I mean, it's possible. I don't remember that, though. You know how long the playthrough of this game is going to be doing this, by the way? You know what the funniest part is? If I had kept playing and never started shiny hunting, I'd still be in the tutorial right now. Just to put that into perspective. It doesn't look worth it until you find your shiny. Honestly, the shiny hunting here is pretty much the same thing as Scarlet and Violet, except you get to press the start button and reload the zone. This is actually pretty close to the shiny hunting methods in Scarlet and Violet, where, like, what you would do is people that use the non-full odd would use the outbreaks, and then they would just keep reloading the outbreaks over and over by fast traveling. But the load times in that game suck, so it was kind of miserable. It's kind of exciting not knowing my fate as to what Pokemon is going to have to carry me through the early game. Check this one. We'll do a round. I don't know what shiny color the barnacle guy will be. I bet you a lot of people thought that was a shiny sound. Nope. Item sound. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Mega Starmie. That thing looks ridiculous. That's one of the few ones I had spoiled for me. That thing looks so dumb, I kind of want it. Green and pink. Alright, so that one will be pretty obvious. You guys gotta keep me company through this. Because I don't, you know, normally when people shiny hunt, they're like listening to a podcast. They're like multitasking. Oh, I reset the pin by mistake. Listen in the music. Let's go over there and reset it. I don't really have to reset the pin. I just like it for reference. Wish I could just center on my character. Oh, is the new season out for Stranger Things, or are you just catching up on the older season? I think I'm skipping the final season, honestly. I've lost all interest in that show. Unless it's just supposed to be, like, so amazing. Yeah, it's been way too long. I lost interest. Even in the last season, I was kind of, like, just barely hanging on. The kids aren't even kids anymore at this point. November 26th. Okay. That show kind of lost its charm for me when they obviously like got older. Put out 2 new videos on YouTube today for my other channels. I put out a video for my PSA submission for Pokemon cards, which came back from GameStop. Yeah, that was a little brutal. Makes me second guess ever sending vintage Pokemon cards to PSA. Might be time to renew that CGC subscription. Like, the hollows and stuff were right around where I expected, but not my common and uncommons. And then I put out a video on my Sonic channel for the figgies that the Sonic figgies that they sent me. Still have a lot more figgies to reveal for you guys, though. Coming soon. There's going to be a big surprise, by the way. Coming up, you'll know when you see it on stream. I'm not the kind of person to crack cards and submit them. Like, we're talking about jungle common and uncommon cards, right? Like, they're probably not going to be worth cracking and sending to CGC. probably one of those things where like you just learn your lesson and just buy the cards you want on eBay instead of trying to grade those yourself. Not worth it. Not for those cards. Unless you're like absolutely certain. Because I swear to God, looking over some of those cards, I'm like, I have no idea how this didn't at least get a 9. The legends are true. I've watched tons of PSA reveal videos on YouTube. And every person I've watched, they get so many cards, especially vintage, where they look at it and they're like, how the actual fuck did this get the grade it did? Now, granted, some of the ones they sent back, I understand why. Something I missed on the card, whatever. But, like, I lived it, finally got that PSA experience. I feel like they roll a freaking die to try and figure out what grade some of those cards get. The episode is supposed to be 2+ hours. 2 on Christmas Day and final on New Year's, so that's a weird way to do it. No, I mean, that's what it comes down to. You either get a grader that's in a good mood, or you get a pissed off person. Like, if you get somebody that hates Pokemon, or they're, like, jealous or something, they're gonna screw you over. There's a video on YouTube, I don't know if any of you saw it, where, like, a sports collector talks to an ex-PSA employee. Now, he was a research and ID person. I don't think he was grading cards, and he was only there for a few months. But he offered some insights from what he knew there. And it was pretty eye-opening. Now, a lot of people at first were like, oh, it's fake. PSA employees would never come out because they sign NDAs and whatnot. But this guy, after the fact, was contacted by PSA and was told to pretty much stand down, or otherwise you're going to get sued. So it was real. And he pretty much said that the employees get to pick what cards they're going to grade. I don't know if any of you knew this. Like, they go up to the stack of, I guess, where they keep the cards, like awaiting grading, and the grader themselves, they're like, you know what, today I only feel like grading Pokemon cards. So if you get that one guy that hates Pokemon, and he gets stuck grading your submission, you could be screwed. Yeah, go on YouTube and watch it. I honestly forget the channel's name, but if you just search on there, PSA employee interview, it should be one of the top videos. And there's like a follow-up or two that the channel that did the interview does. Now, he doesn't ask like crazy questions, right? Because he can't get this guy in trouble. So there's only a few tidbits in there that you're going to be like, whoa. But it's definitely worth listening to if you're into that kind of thing. It's definitely the same for all grading companies, yeah, for sure. But CGC may not let their graders pick what cards they want to grade for the day. Or Beckett. The thing that I don't like about CGC is, like, if I ever go to sell a card, it's definitely worth less than PSA. So there is that downside, but God, I love the look of the slabs. I love the chance at a pristine. Getting a pristine card back from CGC is like catching a shiny in Pokemon. And it's cheaper to grade with them. The only thing that's gonna suck, though, is if I do decide to, like, mainly go back with CGC. Not only do you gotta pay the yearly fee, but I also don't have the convenience of just bringing my cards to a GameStop, which was really nice, to not have to pack them up and ship them off myself. And the turnaround time was under 2 months. Well, if you have your childhood Pokemon cards, they're generally not worth grading anyway. Chances are you probably have base set 2 or base set unlimited cards. And those, unless they're pulling, like... For base set 2, you would have to pull a 10 for it to be worth it. Otherwise, they're barely worth anything. And then base set unlimited, you would need at least a 9 or a 10. And those are the hollows. You'd pretty much need a 10 on anything other than a hollow for it to be worth it. So your cards would have to be pretty much untouched. The only thing I'd recommend grading is if you have any first edition base set cards or shadowless hollows. I'd grade those regardless of the condition. You have a few shiny cards from Neo Expedition. Oh, those? I'm trying to remember what's in Neo Expedition. You mean the e-reader series? Or, what do you got, like, Neo Celebi or something? Some of those shining cards are really expensive. Honestly, if you had shining cards... You mean gold stars? You have gold star cards? Gold stars, no matter the condition, are worth grading. Even if they get a PSA 1, that shit's worth money. Catching up on YouTube chat. You just know they're old crusty baseball card guys. No, they definitely were. They were having a conversation in the video about sports cards. Still a good video, though. Tag uses AI. I was very interested in Tag until all the drama started happening with them. Now I have lost all interest in them. For the most part. They gotta change a lot of things for me to want to grade with them. Yeah, there's a lot of tag drama. If you know, you know. GameStop does insure them to some degree. I forget how it works, but if they like lose your card or something, you go through GameStop itself to get the insurance on it. For the most part, though, most people have no issues. Like, there's a few horror stories out there, but few and far between. I'll eventually show my graded Pokemon collection. Like, the past few years, I just, like, snipe the cheap little commons and uncommons that nobody cares about in, like, good grades. And I mainly focus on Kanto Pokemon. But, you know, I'll branch out into some of the Gen 2, maybe Gen 3 stuff here and there. Yeah, Destiny. They have the foil on the Pokemon itself and the word Shining in the title. Oh, you have, like, Shining Gyarados? Those cards are very pricey. If those are mint condition, you should definitely think about grading those. Especially if you're storing that in, like, a 3-ring binder. Do not store those in a 3-ring binder. So you probably have, like, the Shining Raichu and the Shining Gyarados, both of which are very expensive cards. Yeah, personally, I would never buy those graded. I'd have to... If I were to get those, I'd have to get, like, a pretty beat-up raw copy. It's another thing I've been loving doing. I really want to do a stream on my card game channel one night where I do it. Something that I love is going on like TCG Player or eBay and just like looking for like 20-cent cards. You can't really do that on eBay. But like TCG Player, there's so many amazing reverse hollows that you can get for like 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents. And you find one seller that like offers free shipping, and it's just like you load up on all these awesome card arts from like the early to mid-gen. Loading up on my Kanto Pokemon. Eventually it'll look awesome in a binder. Wow. You actually got those in booster packs? You were very lucky to get those. Those are essentially hidden rares from back in the day. Go on eBay and look up Shining Gyarados or Shining Raichu. You'll see. Those are known as, like, some of the most sought-after Wizards of the Coast cards. The only thing that they'd be under, like, the only thing that would top them are the Gold Star cards. I don't know. I don't think I would be shiny lucked. How would they? There's no way they would lock me out of getting shinies just because I haven't advanced through the tutorial. There's no way. That would make sense. All the Pokemon are spawning in the exact same way every time. Isn't that how it's supposed to happen, though? Wait. You know what? I should have tested this way earlier. You're actually making me think of something. Let me check the levels of these Pokemon. Okay, level 5, male. Level 7, male. Just reload. I'm gonna be really pissed if it's a shiny luck. Oh my god. Okay, level 6. Alright, I was scared. Let's just confirm this. Level 5 male. Can't lock on. Level 5 male. 5 female, yeah. So we're reloading them. Yeah, for those of you out there that have like childhood Pokemon card collections, I'm sure you're very aware that Pokemon is worth like a lot more than it used to be. But I don't think some of you are aware how much some of your cards might be worth. And sometimes it's like the really unsuspecting ones. Sadly, like, a lot of people think they have expensive cards, but they actually don't. Right? Like, if you have base set unlimited... Right? Say you have, for example, a holographic Zapdos, but it's base set 2. Or it's a base set unlimited. If it's even slightly in used condition in any way, it's worth, like, for the base set 2, like, $10. Right, so there's a lot of cards where people look at their childhood cards and they're like, oh man, this is worth a fortune. But a lot of them are actually not worth much. I know they're worth a lot, like, memory-wise, of course. But, like, monetarily, if you think you're sitting on a gold mine, a lot of you aren't. But you should still double-check your collections. Even the Charizard, most people are going to have a base set 2 Charizard. Base set 2 Charizard in, like, moderately played condition is... Well, the graded ones, a graded one in PSA 8 is like, I don't know, 1,000, 1,500, I think. But yeah, the base set 2 stuff will be much lower than you imagine. And then Unlimited will be also probably a lot lower than you're thinking. A lot of the hype honestly comes from first edition, shadowless, and graded cards. Highly graded cards. I was the same way back when I was in the Pokemon when I was younger. I pretty much got out when the third Neo set came out. I opened some of the second, but by the third one, it was like, what, Revelation, I think? Was the third one? I can't remember. But yeah, by then I was out. I'd rather not think about getting rid of my entire Pokemon collection. I think it's one of the reasons I'm so into it now, because it's like one of the few times I regret getting rid of something. I got rid of my entire Pokemon collection on eBay like 20 years ago for next to nothing. We're talking like the full binder of pretty much every holo, every common, uncommon for base set, jungle, fossil, rocket, both gym sets. Some of the Neo cards. Only a few survived. Mostly my Japanese cards, because at the time the Japanese cards were so worthless, I deemed them not even worthy of selling on eBay. That's how cheap they were. It wouldn't even be worth the time. I got $25 for my Charizard on eBay. Or whatever the hell I got for it, I don't even remember. It's like next to nothing. Not only did I sell all my Pokemon cards, but I sold like most of my Pokemon merchandise. There was a time in my life where I was like so into retro games, I'm like, yep, I'm not really into Pokemon anymore right now. It's time for this collection to go. So not only did I sell all my cards, but I sold like literally almost everything that I had Pokemon related. Including a hand-painted Pikachu ceramic thing that I made when I was younger, which actually looked pretty good. I even got rid of that. Kind of wish I still had it. Somebody out there has got it, though. Little Billy Bob, somewhere out there, has got my Pokemon collection and my hand-painted Pikachu. So if you know somebody out there that has a little derpy, classic-style looking, totally not official and not sold illegally at a ceramic store Pikachu, hand-painted, that's mine. And I was the type of person, boy, I did not play with my Pokemon cards. I barely ever took them out of the binder. If I pulled a card from a pack, like a holo, straight into the binder it went. Now, of course, back then people did not penny sleeve. Just literally just put it in the binder page. But still, my cards would have been pretty good condition. You had a phase where you're collecting e-reader set singles. You mean like the general Nintendo e-reader stuff or the Pokemon e-reader stuff? If you were collecting e-reader Pokemon cards, then you're sitting on a fortune. At least if you have the holos and reverse holos. We've been at this for 2 hours now. 2 hours. Oh man, do you still have your e-reader reverse hollows? I'm collecting those myself. That's like my dream goal to one day have the full reverse hollow set of those. Probably not happening though. They have some of my favorite art, like goddamn. The art on the e-reader generation of Pokemon cards was so good. I just don't like, no knocking people that are into the modern Pokemon stuff, but man, modern Pokemon don't hold the damn candle to the old art on Pokemon. I just hate the hate that old Pokemon cards get. Like, people that just collect the newer stuff, they say it's too simplistic. Like, oh my god. I guess it's just a nostalgia thing. But even, I don't even think it's just nostalgia. I just think they look aesthetically better. Because you had the classic card layout where they had to fit a certain amount of art into that little box. Now they've got the whole card with these damn full arts. So they go like too crazy and they make it too busy. The Pokemon's either too small and isn't the focus of the card, or they're with a dumb trainer. No one cares about the damn trainer. We're here for the Pokemon. Or the card is just too busy. It's just so hard to find a cool-looking modern Pokemon card that I like. They're out there, but I definitely prefer the vintage stuff. I just really miss the watercolor-looking kind of Sugimori cards. And that's why I got so into Metazoo, because that's what Metazoo kind of scratched the itch of. And then they went belly up, the fucking bastards. And then the new people bought Metazoo and turned it into a shitfest. Metazoo's so screwed, by the way. They are so in trouble. Yeah, there's a lot of secret rares in the new Pokemon sets. Now, don't get me wrong. If we were still living in the time where I can walk into a Target or a Walmart and pick up a pack of Pokemon cards for like $5 or $6, I'd probably do it, you know, just see what the new cards are like. Some of the reverse hollows, honestly, I really like. You know, the cards that go for like 10 cents on TCG Player. It bothers me so much watching people open new Pokemon cards, and then they get a hollow or a reverse hollow with some badass artwork, and they just like toss the shit to the side. They're like so disappointed because they didn't pull a $5 full art card. It's like, have we lost touch with why we like Pokemon cards? It's like, I could see being disappointed that you didn't get anything of value, but still at least appreciate the damn artwork. And that's why I love buying the cheap reverse hollows and stuff. The ones that people pretty much just discard as nothing. As long as the card looks cool. Oh, I've been like very distant on newer Pokemon even before they were hard to get. Now it's impossible. Every time for the past like 2 years that I have gone to a Target or a Walmart, I check for Pokemon, and I have never found any in stock. Like, it just gets so frustrating. Because all I want to do is buy a goddamn pack. One pack. 1 or 2 packs. Sleeve blister. It's impossible. The hobby is just, like, so disgusting right now. That's why I'm totally into vintage. Because vintage, at least, I can still buy the damn shit at, like, reasonable prices for, you know, some of it. There's more supply of the new set. They printed more. I guess it just depends where you're at, and like where I'm at, it's probably very cutthroat. How do I know? Because when I go to my local card convention, it is shoulder to shoulder. Like, it is so packed that I don't even want to go back because of how crowded it is. If you watch my buyer point of view video on my trading card game channel recently from like a month or two ago, you'll see what I mean. But even with the newer sets having more printed, I mean, I still cannot find anything. And the prices are just dumb. Like, the prices are just crazy. I looked back on my GameStop account. I bought Pokemon 151 Elite Trainer boxes for $50. Not even. They were like $45 when they came out. And now those things are like, what? $400 each? Like, who's buying that? That's crazy. Pokemon prices are just out of this world for the new stuff. Check for shinies. Nope. Which Gengar do you have? Gengars are getting a lot more expensive because he's becoming more popular than ever. I don't have too many Gengar cards. I think the thing that bothers me the most about Pokemon, though, is like going... I had different opinions on it until I went to trading card shows. The people there are just so cutthroat, it's crazy. Like, all you just hear are these numbers being flung around. Like, percentage this, percentage that. Bottom line, you know, oh, okay, here's an $8 card. No, I can't take $6 for it. Because, you know, I paid $6.50. You know, like that kind of, you know, as an example, it's just like crazy. Young kids that are like selling at these tables. They're like master negotiators. Imagine if I'm shiny locked this whole time. Totally uninviting and stressful. Yeah, if you're new to the hobby, though, that can be pretty intimidating. Because I remember the first time I went, I was like just starting to get into like collecting Pokemon again. And if you don't know the prices, you can get ripped off so hard. The people there definitely take advantage. Like, they'll be selling a $5 card for, like, $18. And you just assume, you're like, well, these people seem like they know what they're doing. You get home, you check the prices, you're like, fuck, I just got ripped off. Now I know what it's like for people that go to retro game conventions and don't know the prices on games. Why do you think games like Sonic the Hedgehog and Mario World go for way more money than they should at conventions? Because people buy them. People like me that go to a card game convention at first, and they don't know what they're looking at. You just trust the vendor, get ripped off. Same thing happens with retro games. Modern games are definitely more common to get shinies because of the way that you encounter Pokemon. In the old games, you had to get into random encounters and watch the whole animation and then, like, run away. You know, it was a whole big ordeal. Now you just see the Pokemon in the overworld, so it's just naturally. The odds are still, like, pretty rough, but you're more likely to see shinies just because of how Pokemon spawn into the world. You're essentially doing a bunch of checks all at once. In the time it would take you to get one random encounter in the old games to check a shiny, you're getting, like, 20 here. Oh no, yeah, most of the people that are selling at card conventions don't care about Pokemon. In fact, how do I know this? Because a lot of them, I would, like, look at a card and I'd be like, oh, what set is this from? Or, like, I would ask them questions, and they had no idea. It's like, okay, if you're selling this stuff, this many Pokemon cards, you would think they would, like, know set symbols or, like, just general info on the card. No. It's, for some people, it's definitely just for the money. Thanks, TK. Thank you for the resub. I love going on YouTube, though, and watching, like, all the reseller drama. Like, watching the videos of people, like, literally fighting to the death in retail stores to get Pokemon cards. Some crazy videos out there, boy. Like, it's just unbelievable to watch. There was one recently where someone went in and... You know what like a big shipping container looks like of, like, Pokemon tins, right? Where it holds probably, like, 50 boxes of Pokemon tins, and each tin has, like, 2 packs. Someone legit went in, I think it was Walmart, and they bought the entire shipping pallet. And then I think what ended up happening was someone got really mad, and they just tried to, like, buy a single box of the tins, and the manager, like, got really mad and involved and, like, kicked the guy out and just let that other guy buy the entire stock. Something along those lines. Probably working with the person, honestly. Manager's probably in on it. Can you blame them? I mean, they can sell those Pokemon cards for probably more than their paycheck, so I wouldn't even doubt it. Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to do it. There should definitely be limits in place. Target tries to imply limits. Probably very loosely enforced. Like, what's a little sign gonna do that says limit 1 or 2 per person? People are just gonna ignore it. Cards, in my opinion, should be put behind customer service. At all the stores. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, the employees are gonna be like, shit, I don't get paid enough for this. They're just gonna ring up whatever, right? The person buys some cards, they circle around, buy more. Whoa, I'm back. They're gonna be like, yeah, whatever, just ring them up. Especially with how aggressive some of these people get, like some of the videos I've seen online. These people are crazy. Like, you think I'm joking when I say they're fighting in the stores and in the parking lots over Pokemon cards? They ain't no joke. Like, fist fights over Pokemon. So yeah, they ain't dealing with that. Thanks, Victor. Thank you for the 30 months. You know what you do? Target and Walmart, they hire their own employee, trading card game employee, with their own little booth. Everything's locked behind, you know, glass and everything, or you have to go up to the counter. And they're responsible. Right? So if you want that job, you know what you're getting into. Hire some trading card game enthusiasts. And then you know what happens, right? The people take the job just to let their friends know when cards come in, and then they come in and let them buy way more than they're supposed to anyway. There's no getting around it. Why can't they just make more? It wouldn't even matter. They can print the shit into the ground and people would still buy it all up. You gotta remember, we're dealing with people that are making fortunes off of selling Pokemon. Some of these people have like hundreds of thousands, millions of expendable income from this stuff to like... Volume won't stop them. They will buy all of it every time. They're storing it in warehouses, for crying out loud. The odds for shiny Magikarp, 1 in 4,069. Or 96. It should be 69. Or you know what might work better? Just stop selling Pokemon cards at Target and Walmart and only sell them on the Pokemon Center. And you just drip feed them out all day long. Random times. Unpredictable. All the stock that they send to stores, sell it online. And then they can impose limits and better prevent people from buying enough because, you know, they'll have ways of preventing it that are better than in a store. Pokemon exclusive to Pokemon Center. It's not like you're finding it in the stores anyway, right? So what does it matter if you're buying it online or not? Now, Pokemon had a pretty decent method lately where they have you join a virtual queue, and it was fairly orderly. I'm sure the website would absolutely crash, though, with that much demand, that many people getting on there, if that was the only way to get it. There's no way around it. Pretty much we just gotta wait for people to get so priced out of the hobby and just fed up with the whole situation that enough people leave that the demand is just not there anymore. Who knows when it's gonna happen. I have thought that the Yellow Hexagon has been a shiny Magikarp as well. Yeah, I catch it out of the corner of my eye sometimes. They have a Lotto. A Lotto to get cards would be awesome here. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Pokemon wants to maintain some form of demand. Like, believe me, Pokemon right now is loving. They are loving the hype right now. At the end of the day, they're making their money. At the end of the day, like, they would prefer this stuff sells instantly rather than sits on shelves not selling and potentially gets backlogged, you know? They'll pretend like they're upset by it, but no, they're fine. Trading cards at like the physical locations. When we say Pokemon Center, we mean like the online website. They do sell a lot of cards through there. Like their Pokemon Center releases. Physical stores? I don't know, I haven't been into one. I'm sure they do though, but they probably sell it just as fast. No, I think we're at the point where Pokemon is more popular than it's ever been. Wait, why does that song sound different? Well, it is true. The only way that they're going to fix the pricing part of it, not so much the demand of it, but like to lower the prices, the only way it's going to happen at this point is for Pokemon to just keep printing these cards so much that it floods the market and the cards start becoming so valueless that it doesn't make sense to buy and open the product anymore, because what you get is just not justifiable, right? People would rather just buy the singles. But right now, just because there's enough cards out there that scratch the gambling itch of like, ooh, I pulled the $500 chase card, people are still going to open for that chance. You got to get that $500 chase card down to like 30 bucks. And then you'll see it start to stabilize. So it's all in Pokemon's hands. They just got to print it into the ground. And when they start doing that, that is absolutely when the bubble's going to pop. Nearing the 2.5 hour mark, by the way. Well, people do buy them up, but then you have people like me that I finally bought like a tin or two from a local card store, but other than that, I haven't bought Pokemon cards in like a year and a half, 2 years, and I wasn't giving in, like on the newer stuff. So if enough people like me eventually start existing, it'll start to have an effect. But the thing is, there's so many people into Pokemon right now that make a lot of money from reselling, that the money they make is just like so expendable for them because they make so much from reselling Pokemon that they don't mind paying the hiked prices. That's the problem with it right now. It's just like an endless cycle. You know what? Okay, so here's what needs to happen. If grading prices are affected, like these PSA prices on these modern cards, I think are messed up. Like the fact that you can pull a card that raw is worth like $10, and if you grade it with PSA, and it has like say a 30% chance of getting a PSA 10, and it's suddenly worth $200 to $300, that makes no sense. That can't last forever. With the older stuff, I'm not talking about the older cards, that's a whole different market. But with the newer stuff, it just doesn't make sense to me. So the reason that a lot of people open packs to begin with is because getting these newer cards graded, like the value return is just so great that it's worth the risk. So once the graded card market pops on modern cards, that's when you're going to start seeing sealed stuff affected. Well, personally, I think grading makes a lot of sense for older cards, especially when it comes to the authenticity of it, and coming to a authoritative conclusion on the actual condition of the card, because if you've ever tried buying vintage cards online, somebody will say something's near mint, and then you get it, and it's like, beat the hell. Newer stuff, though, the grading of newer Pokemon cards. When people open a pack of Pokemon cards now, they instantly put it into penny sleeves. Right? Cards are not getting played with the way they used to anymore, like they were back in the day. Everything that is opened is getting sleeved and staying in, like, mint to near mint condition. I don't know how that market can sustain itself when everything that's getting graded is practically in mint condition. There's very little variance. Well, I think grading is a bit random with modern cards. With older stuff, no. I mean, there are very skilled graders out there. It really just comes down to what kind of grader do you get. A very strict one or one that's a little bit more loose. But there's been a lot of tests done with the consistency of, like, resending cards back. The problem is the sample size is just so large that the only times you hear about the problems with it is because people amplify it on YouTube. But there's millions and millions of cards graded every month. But yeah, I think it can be a little random though when you're looking at a new card. It's like, alright, how do you determine if this card is a 9 or a 10? If it doesn't have any marks on it, like, the centering's good. Some of that does feel like a coin flip. But if you're looking at an older card, if you look at enough graded older cards, you can definitely see the difference between, like, what should be a 6, 7, 8 kind of thing. They'll usually be off by, like, maybe a point. So, like, if you get a 7 and you resubmit it, maybe next time it gets an 8, maybe next time it gets a 7, maybe next time it gets, like, a 6.5 or something. Usually they're within, like, a point of margin of error. PSA is a little bit of a different story just because they receive so much volume. You're more likely to find grading errors. Oh, I'm sure PSA, they deny it, but I'm sure they are very strict on handing out 10s, even if they deserve it. Because you gotta remember, too, those employees are working pretty much minimum wage. How would you feel if it was your job to sit there grading people's cards at minimum wage, and then you have some guy that sends in, like, 50 Charizards, and they're all technically deserving of, like, a 9 or a 10, and those cards are suddenly worth millions of dollars. You're gonna be like, you know what? 6, 7, 8. You ain't getting no 10. Right? I'm sure there's a lot of those kind of situations. I'm beginning the question if we're getting a shiny here. Well, shiny hunting is much harder here because the spawn density is lower. In Scarlet and Violet on Switch 2, the amount of Pokemon you would see on screen was, like, staggering at times. Here, the spawns are a lot more sparse and spread out. So you're just not seeing as many spawns per minute as you would in Scarlet and Violet. You know what the solution is with Pokemon? Just find the niche in that hobby that you love and just stick to it. For me right now, it's cheap, Kanto, Pokemon, graded or raw. As long as it looks cool. I don't care who grades it. Could be PSA, could be CGC. To me, the thrill of the chase is just seeing a new card that I haven't seen before. There's so many Pokemon cards out there that it's really awesome when you're like flipping through a binder or something, or you're scrolling on eBay and you see a card at a nice price and you're like, damn, I've never seen that before, and it just looks so cool. Even better if it's cheap. Don't try and force the modern stuff. I feel like there's a lot of people that try too hard to like be interested in the modern Pokemon cards. They're opening up packs, they don't even know who 80% of the Pokemon are. How do I know? Because I don't know who most of these damn Pokemon are at this point in the newer cards. It's like, how can you get excited over a full art of a Pokemon that you can't even pronounce the name and you don't even know what it is? You ain't fooling no one. You haven't played a Pokemon game since the 3rd generation. Your Tapu Koko Lele, whatever the hell it's called, you know, whatever these Pokemon are even called at this point. You ain't faking excitement over that. They look at the card, they can't even tell the head from the freaking foot. And they're somehow trying to get excited over that? Like, come on. Stick to the stuff that you're passionate about. If you're only nostalgic for the old Pokemon, only collect the damn old Pokemon cards. Was I close? Is Tapu Koko Lele? Like, I know there's a Pokemon that has a name similar to that. Was I close? Okay, Tapu Lele and a Tapu Koko. I was close. I pretty much combined the names of 2 Pokemon. Couldn't tell you what they look like, though. Can't remember. Wait for Boy is on to the 3rd shiny, and I'm still struggling to find my first here. Do you think it's possible that they don't introduce shiny Pokemon until like a certain point in the game? Like some kind of, like, here's a free shiny Pokemon, now you can catch them. They wouldn't do that, right? One game to play for the rest of my life? I mean, it would have to be an MMORPG. I don't think I can play any other game that long. A world that you can live in. Eco? How the hell could I play Eco over and over and over? I'd hate the game at that point. It would probably be Final Fantasy 11. Final Fantasy 11, or like something like EverQuest or Monsters and Memories. Hell, maybe even World of Warcraft, right? Get into it now, as long as they did like a classic original server. Not the new, what it's like at the moment, but like old World of Warcraft. Find out why everybody lost their lives to that game. Pantheon got a 7-figure investor today. Holy crap. That's big. 7 figures, so they invested at least $1 million. Did they say how much money? I mean, good for them, goddamn. Now they better not fuck around. I swear, if they don't put out a competent MMO at this point, then I lose all respect for that development team. Because they already took a bunch of money from Kickstarter and never delivered. Who the hell invested $1 million in a Pantheon? 7-figure investor. Wow. And they didn't give a name, huh? Well, that should give a kickstart to that development team, because they were looking and seeming very deflated. So that had better be the kick in the ass that they need to get Pantheon going. Because I loved Pantheon. I really liked what I played of that game. It just needs a lot of work. It's definitely a rich, old EverQuest addict for sure. It's definitely not Co-Carnage, I'll tell you that. He seems very distant and burned from the money he invested in Pantheon. Playing World of Warcraft at this point seems like a very bad idea. I don't think most people want to get addicted to an MMO like that. We enjoy playing other video games. Yeah, Pantheon was good. I look forward to Monsters and Memories. Unfortunately, they keep releasing, like, test servers at the worst possible time. It's like, yeah, let's release a test server at the start of November, right when Pete has to catch up on all the games he needed to play in October. It's like, oh, thanks, Monsters and Memories. Imagine if I get 2 shinies to spawn at the same time in the same trip. Imagine that. 2 different ones. So I did a little recap during my costume quest stream, and I deemed Fears to Fathom Carson House my favorite game, followed by Resident Evil Remake. Alright, let's do a shiny check on the Kakuna. And the other one over here. I have to move over here to check for them, because it's a little too hard to see from a distance. And the sound will only go off if you're close enough. Yeah, imagine just getting one shiny at this point. It would be nice. Sure would be nice. Well, at least it'll feel like a rewarding shiny. Thoughts on Evergrace? I haven't played it for quite a few years. I remember I did a sample of it years ago for a few hours. I really liked it. I just remember the controls being a little clunky, but I think that game really holds up. They don't really make too many action RPGs like that anymore. It's got a very From Software feel to it. I think that game is definitely a steal at the prices it goes for these days. I really do feel like there will come a time where Evergrace is worth more than like 20, 25 bucks. When that time will be, I'm not sure. It's a very common PS2 launch game. But it's From Software, and From Software doesn't make games like that anymore. Being able to eventually play this game sure will be nice. Well, Evergrace is common enough where even if something like that did happen, it would go up. Evergrace would go up in price temporarily quite a bit. It would definitely come back down, but it would never go back down to the levels it used to be. It's definitely going to be one of my longer shiny hunts compared to Scarlet and Violet, though. I don't remember how long it took me on some of those hunts. I think there were a few that were like 3 or 4 hours, though. You know what the best part is? It's if I get the shiny Magikarp, I'm gonna have like what? What movies are you gonna come with? Does it even come with tackle? Or am I gonna get just some like bullshit flop move that doesn't do anything? Yeah, splash. I really hope the shiny's Kakuna, though, because Kakuna will take me by surprise, because for that one I have to manually go over and check it. And all of a sudden I'm going to be like, wait, is that green? And then boom, there it is. Alright. Is he spawning in? There he is over there. Yeah, I'll just catch a sliver of green. Non-alpha have splash. Does splash do any damage in this game? Alright, well that's gonna be really interesting. I should do a first impressions video on YouTube for this. And the only gameplay that I use is me just running through here for 15 minutes. And I should just talk about how repetitive the game is. How long the tutorial is. God, the comments on that one, boy. So I haven't decided what I'm doing. In Scarlet and Violet, I kept my starter until I got my 6th shiny. I'm probably going to use the same role in this game. Because if I get something like a shiny Magikarp, I'm kind of screwed anyway. Can't even fight. It depends. It depends what my shiny is. Scarlet and Violet is a little bit different. Because, you know, it used that traditional sort of like turn-based combat. Which would have made it really difficult to use one Pokemon for certain gym battles and stuff. And I didn't want to over-level my Pokemon to overcome those challenges. We'll see. Depending on what I get, like, I'll try solo and just see how it feels. If it seems doable, I'll keep it. But if it feels like it's going to be miserable having the grind Pokemon, just because the shiny I got sucks, we'll see. Luck is definitely not on my side. I lost all my Scarlet and Violet luck. How long have I been doing this route? Almost 3 hours. Thank you, Box Cube. Thank you for the 50 months. It's just how it works. That's how shiny hunting goes. Just because the odds are 1 in 4,096 doesn't mean you're going to find it within 4,096 encounters. You can find it in 50 encounters, you can find it in 5,000 encounters. 15,000 encounters. I keep catching this one out of the corner of my eye, and he always looks like a different color to me. You're about 70% through Tormented Souls. Think I'll like it way more than the first one. Map won't be an issue. Good. Did they fix, like, being able to tell where I'm going on the map? Tormented Souls 2 is supposed to be pretty long, though, right? I skipped it because it came out too late in the month, and it just... The things I was reading, it's supposed to be way longer than the first one. Am I looking forward to new games? Definitely Kirby Air Raiders. I pre-ordered that today at GameStop. And then Let It Die Inferno to start of December. I still look forward to playing like Final Fantasy Tactics, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 Remaster, Metroid Prime 4. So I'm doing a shiny only playthrough right now, so like I'm at the beginning of the game, so I gotta get a shiny so I can like actually start using it in combat. Otherwise I'm just gonna be here using my starter for a long time, which feels like it defeats the purpose. And the tutorial is so long that honestly I just wanted to like get a break from the damn long ass tutorial. I just didn't think that this would take hours. This is pretty much one of the earliest places that you can farm a shiny in the game, so I gotta try and take it. Because the rule I was gonna try and do is every time I come to a new wild zone, I gotta keep hunting until I get a shiny. Plus, right now, if I were to get a shiny Magikarp, this is technically the best time to do it, because it's daylight locked right now. The time is not advancing because I'm still in the tutorial. So Staryu won't spawn. And if I come back here later, the alpha won't be here annoying me. Which, I mean, you can argue that getting the alpha as a potential shiny is nice, but I'd rather just not deal with that thing aggroing me. Puzzles aren't nearly as bad. So it's like a 15, 16 kind of hour game or something. That's still pretty... I consider that in the longer side for a horror game. No, it's definitely got to be possible to get a shiny during the tutorial. I'm just unlucky. We're just seeing the true odds at work. I gotta like rehearse, right? So like that's the button. I can't panic when I see the shiny. I gotta make sure I save. Goodness. I mean, I will have a cutoff tonight. I'm not gonna sit here shiny hunting until I get one. Like, if I gotta come back here another stream, I gotta come back another stream. Cause yeah, this can definitely take an abnormal amount of time. I'm not sure if I'd consider shiny runs role-playing. Man, I just thought of a really neat idea, though. What if you use, like, a chat GPT or, like, Grok or something, and once the AI has enough knowledge of, like, say this is a Pokemon game, you say to it, okay, I need you to come up with a story of my adventure through Pokemon Legends ZA. I need you to, like, step by step what my character does, what Pokemon they decide to catch, what they evolve it into, like, what moves it learns, and kind of, like, write a narrative for your playthrough through Pokemon. And you have to follow what the AI tells you, right? So, like, let's just say that, oh, you come across Wild Zone 2, and you decide to catch a Magikarp, or you decide to catch a Barnacle. Like, you catch 2 Pokemon here, and they specifically name what ones, and then you move on, and then you come to the next zone, and it's like, you didn't catch anything here. So in a way, it's sort of like predetermining what Pokemon you're going to catch for your playthrough. And then it's like, okay, you go to the shop, and you buy 5 potions, and you can only buy potions if it tells you to. That could actually be pretty fun. And then it's like, alright, if you're doing it step by step, imagine if it tells you, imagine you get like a Butterfree, and it's like, when your Butterfree reaches level 30, you decide to set it free. It's like, no. And then you gotta let it go. Wait, the research you did said you can't in the tutorial. Wait, are you for real? So, did you do a little bit of research that said you can't catch a shiny while you're in the tutorial? Is that for real? Have there been any confirmed cases of finding a shiny in the tutorial? What kind of evidence did you find for that? Because at this point, I'm almost starting to believe it. It's not shiny looked. Came from Game 8 website. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know if I trust Game 8. How would they know? I doubt they did this. You found a Reddit page of someone finding a shiny during tutorial? Okay. That's good. Well, I can be the evidence that we need when I eventually get one. Do a shiny check over here. Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, Game 8, I think it's just one of those websites that uses a lot of, like, I don't know, they write really short, probably not thoroughly researched, search engine optimized guides, right? Like, they just come out with info as fast as they possibly can to beat other websites. So, like, when people search Google, they'll be one of the top results, and then they get all their ad revenue from, like, the 50 million ads that are probably on there. I'm still calling that Magikarp off in the way distance on the left-hand side. I think that's the one. Yeah, it's possible they wrote that guide way like around when the game came out, and maybe back then people really didn't think you can find shinies when the tutorial's here. Unless their information was based on shiny starters in the tutorial, which is true, you can't get shinies of those. Maybe to them, once that ends, you're out of the tutorial. Man, a shiny at this point is gonna be like such a jump scare. Have any of you started watching the original Pokemon anime again since you started playing this? I always get the urge, but typically if I go to watch it, I make it past the first like 1, 2, or 3 episodes, and then I just stop. Man, how could you not love those beginning episodes? Man, the episode with, like, little smartass Pikachu being a snobby little rat, that's, like, the best episode. And then he's looking at Ash on the bike as he's riding to the Pokemon Center getting attacked by the... was it Spearows? Crying his eyes out. Ash saying, "I'll save you, Pikachu." Pikachu comes around, you know. Those beginning episodes, boy, they are tearjerkers. The Digimon movie's scary. I don't think I've ever watched the Digimon movies. I don't remember where I stopped originally as a kid. Like, where in the show I stopped watching. I didn't make it, like, super far into the show. Imagine, like, there being a shiny tracker thing in the game where every time you enter the zone, you can see like a roulette kind of thing spinning, and just imagine the roulette wheel thing like just missing the shiny spawning. I think it's a good thing that we can't see like the internal RNG behind this. Oh no. Yeah, it is kind of messed up how, like, Charmander's super popular, Charizard's super popular, but no one cares about Charmeleon. But his design is just as cool. Even his cards don't hold that much value. Shinies are... they're not harder to get, it's just that the amount of spawns that you're seeing in certain areas are not as dense as Scarlet and Violet. So it's less chances of seeing a shiny. At least in this zone. So like if I'm using the rule of shiny hunting in a wild zone like this, I gotta take what they give me. And in this case, it's not too many spawns. And for those that are new to like shiny hunting, just imagine every time you see a Pokemon here, it's just rolling a 4,096 sided dice. And one of those times, it'll land on the one number that you need. Like imagine you need to roll a 1, but it rolls a 4,096 sided die. So every time you see a Pokemon here, that's essentially what's happening. Bye-bye, Butterfree. I'm pretty sure you're inhuman if you did not cry at the Bye-bye Butterfree episode when you first saw that. Did Brock really marry a Gardevoir? Is that why people are so obsessed with that damn Pokemon? I was gonna say, there's no way. I don't understand the weird obsession with Gardevoir. Some weird fans of that Pokemon out there, to say the least. I don't even like the design, personally. I don't like the look of Gardevoir. At this point, though, I've come around to all the original 151. There's no Pokemon that I dislike. Like, I'll take Jinx, I'll take Mr. Mime, doesn't matter what the hell it is. I love all the originals. Just because over the years I've like hated some of the newer designs so much that it just makes me love and appreciate the originals even more. Actually, I take that back. The only one that I really don't care for the look of in many is Machoke. I've never been the biggest fan of Machoke. Like, Machop, okay, he's cute. Machamp, he's kind of cool, right? But Machoke is just like... I don't know. It's like a Pokemon on steroids. It's just kind of... He's the only Pokemon where I'm not the biggest fan. From 151. Machamp. I like the design of Machamp a bit more. I think because Machamp at least had a cool base set holo card. And he has like the, what, 4 arms? He just looks cooler. Machoke just looks like some kind of weird ass, like, mid-evolution of them. He just looks strange. Like, you know Shin Godzilla, how Shin Godzilla looks? Kind of like a half-evolved Godzilla. That's kind of like Machoke reminds me of. Like, he didn't finish his evolution. Which obviously he didn't, but it just looks bad. And it's also really hard to find cool Machoke cards. I think the coolest Machoke card is honestly just the base set one. Gloom was the best of 151. I like Gloom. Actually, Vileplume was always one of my favorite OG Pokemon. Perfect Condition Tommy, Translucent Gengar. Yeah, I used to have those older Pokemon figures. I think I ended up getting rid of those in my big Pokemon sale all those years ago. Yeah, those older figures are cool. I like the vintage plushes, the vintage figures. It'd actually be fun to collect like a full 151 line of those old figures. I used to have a lot of them. Hopefully, I don't know how expensive they are now. Hopefully not that pricey. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be shiny hunting every zone, boy. We'll be here. I think I'm just gonna, like, spend a little time on each zone. If I don't get something, we move on. But right now I need a shiny, like, to advance. Because there's like, what, 20, 30 wild zones in this game? Yeah, that would mean I'd have to catch 20 shinies. So if it's a cool list of Pokemon and I'm like, ooh, I wouldn't mind trying for that, then, you know, we'll try for it. But eventually, like, once I get 6 shinies, then the only time I need shinies will be either if I find one randomly or if I feel like one of them needs to be cut for better type coverage. I definitely got really lucky in Scarlet and Violet with really good type and move coverage. I'm pretty sure I could almost start doing this blindfolded. Probably be a little easier if I didn't turn my camera, though. See if I can get the blindfolded route. Alright, let me do a few more attempts of that. Alright, I'm gonna try doing it without looking at the screen. I don't think I have a blindfold. I'll just, do I have anything? Not really. I'll face this way. She's nowhere near my TV. Wait, how do I? There we go, okay. On the bridge. How did I get stuck? Oh. I fell in the water. Okay, try again. Okay, so I'm cutting right too soon. Keep ending up in the water. How am I missing this now? Hold on, before... Okay, I see the problem. Imagine if I got my shiny on one of those attempts. Just gotta get the angle right. Can you use the D-pad to move? No. That overshoots. It's a very specific angle. Oh, you can fall off there. No wonder. No wonder I'm getting caught. It's like I probably hit the right angle, but I'm probably falling off the ledge. Let's see. So if I hit the rock, it's going to stop me from running. Alright, I'm going to try it this attempt. Let's see. Too early. It reminds me of that time that I tried to play Sonic R blindfolded. I used to be so in tune with that game that I was actually able to do like some laps blindfolded. I actually have that stream archived. I should upload that. And Sonic R didn't have any crazy sound effects to differentiate where you were standing. The only thing you can hear were your footsteps if you hit a bumper, and if you were walking in the water. That's it. There were no other identifiers to know where you were. It's not like if you were running on the grass, you would hear grass. It would sound the same. I wonder if this is the only place in the game where a bunch of Magikarp spawn. It's gotta be. Yeah, I've never seen a Spy Kids movie. I think that's something that you definitely had to grow up with. I was a little past interest in those when those come out. I remember everybody always crapped on them, but I think there's a lot more appreciation for them now, from what I understand. Probably a lot of the kids that grew up with it getting nostalgic for it. Also some of the earliest CGI used in those kind of movies too. Well, the game will speed up once I get my first shiny or two, because then I'll actually be able to start making progress. It's just the hurdle of overcoming getting your first, like, couple meaningful shinies. Because right now I literally can't progress until I get a shiny. Whereas in the future, as long as I have a couple shinies that I can use, I can decide, like, you know what? We're just going to keep continuing with the story. And then maybe I stumble into a shiny randomly. But right now we have to get one. If we're going to stick to the shiny-only playthrough. Damn it. Keeps catching me. Catching the shiny sure would be damn nice soon, though. Wait, is autosave on by default in this game? Or do I have to enable that in my settings? Anybody know? Can't turn it off, okay. Imagine how much willpower it would take to do a playthrough like this, like, without streaming. Because when you're not streaming, there's no one watching you to be like, you know what? No one will know if I just catch a normal Pokemon. But here, you know, you got all the witnesses. You gotta commit to it. I feel like a lot of people probably, like, buckle under the pressure if they're doing this by themselves. They're like, yeah, I can't take it anymore. Just want to play the damn game. Imagine if I decided to do this in Wild Zone 1. At least here we're going to catch a cool Pokemon. Starting to feel like my shiny is going to be that guy right there. Because I always see him when I first walk in here. It's one of the few shinies I can kind of get a glimpse at before I start running through. .5 hour mark. I just want to remind everybody that Wafer Boy got 2 shiny Magikarps here within about 5 minutes. Just how the luck can go. The odds of that, by the way, happening have got to be, like, almost impossible. I may need to stop running to the right because it keeps aggroing this damn thing. I moved to the right just in case it's like helping spawn something. Oh, he's orange. Yeah, that would be a pretty cool shiny. How many spawn points are there for Heracross? Oh, he's purple. I was gonna say, I don't remember him being orange. You might have to make Gyarados carry us through the damn game. At this rate. If I even get the Magikarp. I'm starting to fear like I'm gonna get a different one. Oh, it won't be that bad, GG's, once we get the shiny Magikarp. Shiny Magikarp at the start of the game will be like a status symbol. Because I may be one of the only people in the world to start my playthrough with a shiny Magikarp as my only Pokemon. Well, him and Totodile, because Magikarp won't be able to fight. You know there's going to be a bunch of people that, like, join the stream when I first started doing this, and they were like, alright, I'll come back in a couple hours when he has this shiny Magikarp, and probably, like, a second shiny, and he's already beat, like, the third gym, and they come back, and I'm still doing the same freaking thing. They'll be like, oh yeah, by the next stream, he'll be ready. He'll have a team of 6. Next stream starts shiny Magikarp hunting. When you spawn into this zone, you hear like those little sparkles. Sometimes I think like, oh, the shiny spawned. But no, it's just part of the song. The load is very quick. It's actually a good indicator of this game running pretty nicely on Switch too. I'm very impressed with the load, honestly. It's like, what, a second and a half? The Barnacle one apparently is like green and red, or green and peach, or red and pink or something. Yeah, but I'm not using the guaranteed shiny Mareep. I'm only gonna allow myself to use ones that I actually have to catch in the wilds. The shiny Mareep is cop-out. It's not special if everybody gets it. It's gotta be random. His shiny will apparently be dark brown with blue eyes. The little plant thing, I have no idea. Hey, thank you, Black Magic. Oh, sorry, not Black Magic, Black Mamba. Thank you for the sub-gift to Finhas. Trying to rejuvenate us here as we start to fade away doing this for so long. Just a reminder for people that don't understand how the shinies will spawn in this. Unlike Scarlet and Violet, where I have to be like very keen on looking at color differences, this game will actually come with a audio cue and the visual cue. So when you get close enough, I think about this distance away, something like that, you'll hear a very audible, obvious, like sparkle sound effects. And the Pokemon will obviously be a different color, and it'll also get a sparkle animation that happens when you first see it and persists a little bit afterwards. So it's like, you're not going to miss a shiny in this game. So even if I saw the gold from here on that Magikarp, the effect would not play until I get close enough. But if I'm here, for example, and there's a Magikarp in the water over there, I don't have to be looking at it to hear the effects. It'll play even if I don't see it. Have him checking a Caterpillar? I don't have to. I only have to occasionally check him. I'll check him now. Because when I get to about here, and especially when I end here, it spawns him in the distance even though you can't see him. Like, you can see him right there. So as long as he spawns in one of my attempts, if the shiny were to spawn, he will stay there. I can reset 100 times after he spawns and he'll still be there. I have to just go over and check and see and then land, like... So in other words, I can enter this zone, get to the point where Kakuna spawns even if I can't see him, reset 100 times, and if he spawned on like the 3rd reset, he would be there on the 100th reset until I go see him. You don't lose the shiny if you respawn. You just gotta get within 50, like when you put down the little marker, when that number ticks down, as long as you're within 50 distance, even if you can see them or not, they will spawn. So when you're running around in the city, if one spawns on like the top of a building, you don't have to see it, but you'll hear it. There will be a cutoff point tonight, though. I'm thinking probably once I hit like 6 hours uptime. So in about 45-50 minutes or so. Never thought the day would come. Scarlet and Violet. I always ended the stream on catching a shiny. This game, it's a different story. Damn it, I hate aggroing him. You want to hear if it's a shiny on a roof? Oh, really? Is that how that works? Okay. It'll spawn, right? It'll still be there, you just won't hear it. Oh, goodness. Watch, they're gonna give me the shiny, like, right as I go get ready to get off. You know what the crazy part is too? Like, Wild Zone 3 is one of the easiest zones to catch a shiny in. The one right after this. But it doesn't feel the same, right? I want to put in effort to get my first shiny. Wild area, or Wild Zone 3 is just like, you can literally AFK and get shinies there. I saw the videos when this game first came out. You hold down on your joystick and there's a spawn with like a doorway where it'll keep popping you in and out, constantly reloading the zone. Like, you can go AFK for an hour or two, come back, and there could be like 3 shinies there. That just feels... I don't know, I want to work for my first shiny. Plus, those are shinies that everybody will get in their playthroughs. If someone came in and they're like, oh, he's got a shiny Flabébé, of course. That's different than, like, Magikarp. Right? Magikarp will turn heads. Flabébé, you ain't turning shit with that one. And sometimes these Magikarp look gold to me. For like a split second. Gotta be like the water reflection when they're underneath it a certain way. Those ones over there especially. You know, I'm never gonna forget this area. This is gonna be my most memorable area in any Pokemon game. Like, I will never forget the layout. It's actually a pretty nice zone. I like the look of it. Too bad the whole game doesn't look like this. I know this VOD, this stream is gonna piss so many people off. There was so many people that were like so excited to watch me play this game and get my opinion on it. And they're gonna like go and watch the VOD. And it's just gonna be 5 hours of me running back and forth through here. Shiny hunting is like the worst thing that you can get into if you're looking to make progress in Pokemon games. Oh, awesome. Pete finally played Pokemon Legends ZA. Yeah. Respawning the same map over and over. The whole time. They do change, yeah, I checked that. So the easiest way to check it is you just target the Pokemon. Look at their level. Look at the sex of the Magikarp, right? So level 5 male. Level 6 female. So the next time I respawn, those will be different levels or male or female swapped or whatever. Alright, so now it's 7 female there, 6 male there. Scarlet and Violet were very, yeah, they were really nice looking because The long draw distance visas in that game. Like the grassy fields and the hills. Yeah, it looked cool. It did. One of these days I would love to do another playthrough of that game of some type. I don't know if it would be shiny only. If it was, I'd probably have to impose some different rules. Is there a minimum point where the shinies start popping up? There's very little info about that. But I don't see why they would lock shinies behind a certain part of the game. Plus, there's someone on Reddit that said they found a shiny in the tutorial, so... I'm sure there's a lot of instances of that happening, but nobody talks about it. I see that yellow on Magikarp's fin, and sometimes makes me think I found one. All of a sudden, one of these attempts, we're gonna hear that sound. I hope I hear it, but I don't see what Pokemon it is right away. Like, I'm kind of hoping the shiny isn't just that Magikarp that I can see in the water when I first spawn in. Because that'll ruin the surprise somewhat. I hope it's one that you hear but can't see. This is gonna take like 20 hours, isn't it? The odds can certainly go that way. Because there's not a ton of Pokemon spawning here. We are now approaching the 4-hour mark that I have been hunting here. The music definitely baits you with the sparkle sounds at the start. It'll feel way different. Like, you'll know when you hear the sound. It's like a very arcadey kind of like... Imagine if you just picked up a star power-up in, like, an arcade game. It'll be very distinct. Shiny Magikarp can appear at once, yes. I've heard reports of it happening, actually. Like, people stumbling in the two at once. See, like, it'll sound like that noise, but amplified with, like, a twinkle effect. You reset for 30 hours to get shiny Palkia. In which Pokemon? Well, I mean, this is chump change, right? Like, I'm sitting here complaining that I've been doing this for 4 hours. That's literally nothing when it comes to shiny hunting in the older Pokemon games. Like, it's no... Like, people can spend hundreds, if not almost thousands of hours hunting old shiny Pokemon in, like, the Game Boy Advance games. Because don't forget, with those games, you gotta walk around, you gotta get into a random encounter, you gotta wait for the animation, you gotta get the Pokemon that you want it to be, so if you're looking for a rare Pokemon, not only do you have to get the encounter, but then it's gotta be shiny. And the odds back then were like 1 in 8,000. And if you were going for one that was like a static Pokemon, like a story Pokemon, and there was a little cutscene beforehand or something, you'd have to go through the cutscene. Like, the people that hunt shiny starters are on a whole nother level. Because you have to start the game, go through the beginning, mash through the text, get to where you pick your starter, and then check if it's a shiny. So I have the utmost of respect for people that shiny hunt in the old games. Targeting specific Pokemon. That's on a whole new level of derangement. You think this is bad? Phew. Nothing. There's a Switch 1 version of this game. I don't know how it runs, but you can play it on Switch 1. Yeah, exiting and reopening. Did you go to the level, like, did you get to the point where you had multiple Game Boys going at once? The real shiny hunters for, like, the older games, you don't just use one console. They have, like, multiple instances of the game going at once. So you'd have, like, a lineup of, like, 5 or 6 Game Boys with different carts hunting the same Pokemon. I could see it getting to that point for me one day. It's gonna be streaming with my, you know, don't mind my 8 Game Boy Advance SPs. Playing it like a piano. What were the odds in the Shining Pearl and Diamond game on Switch? Was it 1 in 4,000? I definitely need to shiny hunt at least one Pokemon, though, one of these days, and one of the older Pokemons. Like, I'm not doing a shiny-only playthrough in those games. That would be crazy. But, like, just hunting one. One of my favorites. Just so I can say I did it. What were the odds in Fire Red Leaf Green? So it was 1 in 8,000 in that game? God, 1 in 8,182. That's so freaking crazy. The adrenaline rush you must get from that. And then you gotta catch it. You gotta... Then it can run away, right? Like, can't they freaking run? I would Master Ball that shit at that point if I had the Master Ball. Yeah. Shiny hunting in Safari Zone, by the way. Imagine that. They just run after, like, one ball toss. Hell no. We're just lucky that we have nice, soft piano music for this. Could have been a whole lot worse. Yeah, I'm aware of Safari Week. Maybe one of these days I'll participate in that. That sounds so brutal, though. Hunting in the freaking Safari Zone. You'd have to be like a seasoned shiny hunter to have the guts to shiny hunt in the Safari Zone where the chances of them fleeing are just so great. But then again, it's probably even more exhilarating if you... Like, imagine catching a shiny Chansey. Chansey's run rate... The encounter rate is low enough as it is. But then the run rate is also very high. And then the catch rate is also insanely, like... There's just so many chances. Getting the encounter is hard enough. It's like a 1% chance, probably. And then having it not flee. And then also having it not break out of the ball. Do a shiny check on our friends over here. That's not a shiny. Just, I picked up an item. Oh my god, there's a shiny. We got the shiny check. Oh, it's not the one I wanted though. Okay, hold on. Oh, he's about to run, isn't he? Shit. Did I save too late? Is he gonna run? Alright, what should I do? Battle him? He's gone. Is he really? Did I lose the shiny? I could save. Yeah, he didn't disappear yet. So what should I do? Should I save and reload and then he'll just be there? I knew I was gonna get this bastard. That's the only one I was hoping I wouldn't get, personally. Alright, we're gonna save. Alright, so do I just reload it, or do I fight? Or do I just throw the ball at him? I shouldn't have saved. Well, we'll see what happens. Well, I had the autosave, right? But what do you fight? I'm gonna... Like, I've done so little fighting in this game, I gotta remember how to even get my Pokemon freaking out. If it runs, close the game. So I'd hit, what, the home button? I'm like rehearsing this right now. So I'd have to go like that and then just quit out, right? Should I just quit out right now to use the backup save? Okay. So throw the ball. So target with ZL. Keep in mind, I've only caught a few damn Pokemon in this game. Target with ZL and then press right trigger, right? Was it? I can't see him. I think he's gone. He went into the grass. Wait on the menu screen. Hold down plus B and X. The hell kind of voodoo you got me doing here? I'm holding down, or joystick down? I'm holding down B and X. What a weird button combination. What is this doing? Up B and X? Start from backup data. Okay, so is this gonna... Let's see where this puts me. Alright, moment of truth. There he is. I can't even tell the shiny difference, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, first shiny. Not the one I wanted, damn it. Not the one I wanted. But I'll take him. That only took 4 hours. What the hell is the color difference? What is it just like the flowers that'll be different color on the shiny on that one? Purple versus green and yellow. But like just the little front on it is purple, right? Watch there be another one over here. Damn, I was hoping it would have been Kakuna. I knew I would panic and not save in time. Darker green. Purple and black flowers instead of blue and red. Oh, that's kind of cool. Does the green change at all on, what's her name? Like Rosalina, whatever that Pokemon's called? Rosalia? Roserade? Close enough. Does the green change or just the pom-poms? Alright, we can finally get the hell out. We didn't get the Magikarp, but it is what it is. Alright. How do we get rid of it? I have to go to Pokemon Center? Yeah, thank you for the backup save trick. I mean, I'm sure at some point we probably would have thought of that as a backup or like Googled it or something, but yeah, I don't think that's something most people know offhand. So it's up B and X, and then it just reloads like a close autosave or something. I'm not gonna lie, that's the one I wanted the least, but I'll take it, I'll take it. Where do I box my Pokemon? Boxes. Oh, they've made it so much more convenient in these games. Alright, we're gonna try it with just the shiny. Level 5, boy, that's gonna be rough. Charm, Growth, Absorb. Can I see, check summary? It's a relax. Is relax good for it? What is relax nature? It likes to run. Yeah, no doubt about that. Oh, right. Speed down, defense up. Ooh. Not very good, but whatever. At least it doesn't have, like, special attack down or something. Yeah, I can eventually change them. I know they made that a lot easier with this game. Alright, let's advance a little bit more in the game. Oh, look. Hold on. How do I take it out? Yeah, get the hell out of here. I got a purple little bib on mine. Oh, mine has the yellow top and theirs is green. You see that? So I got like a yellow flower. Theirs is green, like lime green. And then I got purple. Something tells me, though, I should probably go fight some Pokemon and level up a bit, otherwise I'm going to get destroyed in, like, my next encounter. Actually, hold on. I should probably grind this a little bit in Wild Zone 1. I may get lucky and find another shiny here. Or I could fight Magikarp, yes. Stun Spore Absorb. Yeah, I think fighting Magikarp may be better. This is not gonna be easy. I'm gonna faint. Time to fight some Magikarp. See, now, that shiny, by the way, could have been there for, like, several reloads. It could have been there for, like, the last 20, since the last time I went around and checked, because that was one that I couldn't really see. Watch, I go back and there's a shiny Magikarp. Imagine that. Oh god, I heard the shine from mine and I'm like, oh my god. But I forgot you'll hear that every time. Might take a bit. Wait, do I have to catch to get experience? Shoot, you have to catch to get experience in this, don't you? I forgot. No? I'll get more, okay. I mean, I guess I can catch. And I just immediately box them. Imagine if that was a shiny, that would have been awesome. Okay, yeah, you do get a little bit more. I really don't want to fight that, though. I guess just leave it in there. Are they stealing experience from me when they're in my party? Like, am I getting less experience by having 3? Oh shoot, it doesn't respawn it when you catch it. Can't target. I just need a few levels. I don't need to grind too much. What the hell happened there? Got away? Wow, they are, like... Yeah, it's making it untargetable. I don't know what's happening. What the hell? Three to 5 minutes for a new one. Wish I had one more attack move. Why do I get a feeling this Pokemon's gonna have to carry me through, like, most of the game? It reminds me of Scarlet and Violet, because my first shiny in that game was also a grass type. When I got, Jump Bluff or whatever it was. Okay, one more. Alright. One more reload for good luck here. I have to manually change the moves. They don't auto, like, learn them anymore and replace them? What do I gotta, like, go into a menu or something and check once in a while to see when it learns a new move? Okay. I'm probably never gonna notice when I learn new moves either. I guess I'll like hang on to one of each. I don't know why, but might as well. I love how I'm still in the tutorial. See, now that was a surprising shiny because I didn't see it from the distance. Right? Like, that one just came out of nowhere. It didn't alert me that it was shiny until I was practically on it. And I didn't even notice the color. The color is not obvious on that one. I probably would have ran right by that if it didn't have the sound notification. And then, of course, I panicked and didn't save in time. But thank God for the autosaves. Otherwise, I would have been screwed. It would have been gone. Of course, the one that becomes a shiny for me is the one that flees as soon as it sees you. What in the hell is on his head? Looks like a bunny whatever. Guess it makes sense with his man bun. It's been too long since we heard the good battle theme. Alright, now that we have a shiny Pokemon, things will become a lot easier. Now, if I get a second shiny Pokemon in relatively fast fashion, then we'll be set for a bit. How long until I'm able to go to Wild Zone 3? Honestly, I'm impressed with the game's draw distance. I'll be honest, if I had a choice between having a really, really far draw distance and a good frame rate, and something that has a worse frame rate, but like just better resolution, but you can't see as far and the frame rate runs at like 30, I think I'd pick the 60 and further frame rate. I mean, further draw distance. Yeah, I'm aware of the shiny hunt method. I'm actually not a fan of it. It's just too easy. You can literally AFK and just get free shinies. Which, for me, I mean, I might have to do it. Because, as we saw, shiny hunting in this game early on is pretty brutal. The reason I don't care for it is because those shinies will no longer feel special because everybody does that shiny hunting method, and then everybody gets easy shinies, and they're always the same ones. So they feel less special. Oh, he's not gonna fight me, right? Oh god. Hopefully not. Oh no. Oh jeez. I'm so dead. Oh my god. I can't use items in combat, right? I'm not seeing an option. Oh, it's so over. Press X. I am, okay. I think there's a limit, someone said there, right? Click the Pokemon, how would I do that? Oh, just click him in the menu, I see what you mean. I don't know if I'm maxed out on growth already. Where's my limit to see, like, when I can't use it anymore? She's got another Pokemon. It's gonna be a fire Pokemon, I know it. Oh, I see it, yeah. Bottom is the bar. Oh, shit. Level 10. I went from 6 or 7 to 10 in one kill. Please don't be fire. Okay. Oh my god, no. It's got my weakness. This is like Pokemon Legends hardcore mode right now, having to do this. Ooh, I just did a lot of damage there. What did I hit it with? Oh, my growth stacking up, probably. I can't underestimate growth this early on, boy. It's pretty good. Hurry. Come on. One more absorb. Oh, man. I got that off just in time. He could have killed me there. I'm pretty sure he's dealt 18 damage in one hit before. But it evolves from Happiness Plus during the day into Roselia. It's just a one-stage, or is it a two-stage Pokemon? So it has to be happy. So in other words, I can't really let it faint, right? That's not going to be easy. See how much more intense that is? Everybody that played their game and did like a normal playthrough, they probably blew through that fight in like 10 seconds. I was on the edge of my seat with that little bastard. Watch, I get a shiny the first time I enter here. Oh, you can get a Pikachu in here. I mean, a shiny Pikachu would be pretty awesome. Of course, it won't be that special, though. Because it's pretty easy to get here. Am I getting attacked right now? Alright, so... Litleo. I got a Litleo shiny and freaking Scarlet and Violet. I'm not sure I want another Litleo. Alright, I'll show you the method that everybody uses here. So remember how I said when you like zone out and zone back in? So all you do is you hold down on your joystick here, and it keeps spawning you in and out, right? So you can literally just take a rubber band, go AFK for a couple hours, come back, and this whole place will be stored and loaded with shinies, potentially. Because don't forget, when a shiny spawns here, it doesn't despawn. So you can literally AFK here, come back to the game in however long, and every shiny that spawned will be there when you come back. So you can come back to like 5 shinies in this area. Hello, Kara. Love the little badge you got there as well. You're kind of meh on it. I feel like, yeah, some people are not too keen on this one. But, you know, I enjoy my shiny-only playthroughs. It really adds something to it. It's going to be a little bit before I can really tell what I think of this game. I got to get, like, 2 or 3 shinies so I can actually start fighting through the game, and then I'll know. I don't think there's anything wrong with this. It's just too easy, though. Like, it's just... I don't know, it just feels... The fact that you can AFK and just literally rubber band your controller down. So we'll do this for 10 minutes. 10 minutes. So let's see. My stream time is 6:13. Oh, thank you for 3 months in advance as well. Just noticed. 6:13. We'll check and we'll see if we got any shinies. So that'll be like 12 minutes of AFK shiny hunting. Look at how many attempts we're getting here, though. It's a lot. Way more. So remember last time, every time I would load in and run through the zone, and then I would do the fast travel? So every one of these black loading screens, think of that as a fast travel and running through the zone. So what I had to do, like what took me 20 seconds last time, now takes a second. The only thing I'm worried about with the battles with this game, though, is it just seems very... Yeah, it's very fast-paced with the battles in terms of, like, I'm just spamming my moves as much as I can. I don't know if that's ever going to change, where there's going to be more strategy to it. But right now, it really does seem like just spam your moves the second they come up, and there's not really much thought process behind it. Obviously, like, you don't want to spam too much of one move over the other. The one thing I gotta get used to, too, is, like, noticing the stuff on the right where it might tell me, like, oh, it has no effect, or, oh, you're capped out on attack or something, don't use, like, your power-up moves anymore. I'm respawning the ones on the roofs. Oh, really? So there's Pokemon in the surrounding area on the roofs that I'm spawning? How do you catch anything like this? So once I stop doing this, and I walk around the area, anything within a certain radius that was a shiny will still be there, and then I can catch it. Like, I'm not catching anything right now. Right now, I'm just trying to force spawn shinies. So, essentially, the gameplay of this boils down to pick 4 good moves and just spam the hell out of them, and that's it. There's no reason to, like, hold on to a move and save it, unless you're looking to, like, heal at a certain point. I feel like I do have to get at least 1 shiny here, though. Just so that I have something to work with the battles going forward. Hopefully it's a Pikachu. I'm hoping it's Pikachu. So right now it's setting up potential future shinies, in other words, on the roof, right? You'll have to point out to me when that time comes when I'm on that roof. So if I see a shiny, I know it's a result of this. Alright, how many shinies you guys think I'm gonna have when I go check? I'm gonna say 1. Let's not get crazy here. I'm gonna say 1. We got another 6 minutes or so. Dig, fly, and teleport. Yeah, that kind of stuff you'd probably want to save. Oh god, they're gonna give me Flabébé. Is the Florges cool as a shiny, though? I don't remember. Does it have cool color changes? I wouldn't mind a Florges eventually. There's a point where just having powerful moves isn't the best. Longer cast times and cooldowns? Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true. So it's more about, like, selecting the right moves for combat. Almost like an auto-battler, if you think of it that way. Shiny Skiddo. Yeah, there was like, what, a couple of those spawns here? 5 more minutes. Six different colors of Flabébé. Are all 6 possibilities right here? You wish they would update human models in these games to have more personality. I don't disagree. All they really need to do, though, is add voices. Just add voices, and that would bring so much. I don't want to take my thumb off the joystick because it might spoil a shiny if you give it time to load. What an interesting start to my playthrough of this game. Oh my god. Everybody's gonna be like, oh, what are your impressions on the game? I'm gonna be like, I don't know, I just held down on my joystick for most of my playthrough. Alright, I'm gonna say my shiny is gonna be a... It's gonna be a Flabébé. There's no doubt. No doubt about it. If I get one, we're not guaranteed, but the amount of damn spawns I'm getting here, I mean, come on. Two more minutes. How many reloads was this? It's like what, 30 loads? Yeah, maybe like 20 loads per minute. How early do they let me go online? Is there a reason to start fighting online the first, like, when they first let me, or am I just gonna be going up against, like, crazy opponents? I might be able to right now. I could take my one shiny online. Aren't you supposed to have a full team for that, though? Or do you just, like, bring 1 or 3 or something? Teams of 3? Okay, so I can bring 3 shinies. It would be cool to bring my non-optimized team of 3 shinies. Alright, 30 seconds. And then we check. Watch, there's like 5 shinies. Let's have a full team right at the start. Hello, Nick Kramer. Alright, 6:13. Save the game, and we check. Oh, look, you can see. Do you see any shinies? I don't know the colors of these offhand. There's only one. That's a shiny? Oh my god. It's literally a shiny right there. I can't get it. It's white? What color is it normally? How long do I gotta wait to get over there? Can I get that right now? I mean, to be fair, it's probably not the hardest shiny to get, but that's still kind of cool that I can see it all the way from up here. And it'll be there, even if I leave here. Like, it's there until I go to it, unless I spawn too many shinies here. So I actually gotta go get that sooner rather than later in case I spawn too many by mistake. Hell, I don't mind a cool bug type like that. That's the evolved form of what, Scatterbug? See if I can figure out how to get that. I don't know what building it is, so red bottom. Did I watch the Kirby Air Ride Direct? I did not. Pin it on the map. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Right there. Anything else? Can't see anymore. I love that the one that I can see is the shiny. Oh, I can kind of see some down there. I'm not seeing shinies. Alright, here we go. No lit Leo. Listen, I'll take that freaking bug. If I don't get anything here. That counts as far as I'm concerned. No Skiddo. What's that? No, Esper? I didn't know you can get that here. That would have been a cool one. Nothing? Man, my shiny rates in these wild zones pretty brutal. Better not knock me out. Nope, no shiny. Wow. Alright. But hey, I'll take... That counts as far as I'm concerned. So I need an elevator. Do you know where I go to unlock the elevator? Oh, I'm still in the tutorial. God, this tutorial is annoying. It's like the worst tutorial ever. Oh, this is the elevator here? The holovator? Yeah. I guess we'll have to figure that out next time. I don't know how long that's gonna take. Unless it's really easy. It's a side quest from that guy. Alright, I probably have to finish the tutorial, right? Because he's like, oh, I don't even want to talk to you. Right? Can I hear it when I'm down here? No. Sorry, you gotta be the same level. Alright, I guess we'll have to figure that out for next time. Which, you know, I probably got like another hour and a half, hour of the tutorial left. More potential shiny. They're all on the roof though, right? Yeah, I saw that, Nickerman. Oh, not on the roof, down in the streets? Alright, where do I go from here? Like right around here? The gap? This here? Okay. Oh, I don't think they let me go down there. Nope. Oh, you mean in here? Yeah, the tutorial is so annoying. Oh, after I talk to the person in the building, I can... Alright, let's do that then. I'm sure this is like a 20-minute cutscene. There she is, the $500 full art trainer card. Probably, when they eventually release them. Esper is such a weird looking Pokemon. It's the name of that thing, right? Esper. I think I caught a shiny of that in Pokemon Go. It looks like it's seen some things. There we go. Is this the end of the tutorial? after this. Apparently not. Alright, I guess I'll have to wait and see what's going on. I can only imagine. Oh, they do let me run free. Oh, these Pokemon can be caught, huh? That's kind of cool. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I got one. Okay, let's do that elevator thing. Yeah, I got one shiny. Well, soon two. Oh man, he won't let me do it yet. That's a shame. Well, next time there'll be a shiny up there whenever I'm able to repair the elevator. Unless it'll open up once I do this. All 3 side missions? Oh god. Oh, okay, yeah, you gotta go all over the place. Alright, well, it's a good start. Finally got a shiny, and soon a second shiny. So that's a 2 different types too. We're gonna cover flying and bug and grass and poison for now. So I hope you guys enjoyed. The next game I stream will not be this, but you'll see why that is. There's a certain game I'm gonna try streaming tomorrow. You're not gonna be expecting it, so be ready. You're gonna be like, "What the fuck?" It's about it, okay? If I am able to get it up and going. But there's a chance I won't be able to get it working, so we'll see what happens. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you for hanging out. I will warn you that about 4 hours of this VOD, if you're going to go back and watch it, it's a lot of reloading. But it's the conversation that matters. You can hear us talking all about Pokemon cards and how far gone that hobby is for most of it. Anyway, have a good night. 2 new videos up on YouTube, by the way. One of them is on my Sonic Collectibles channel. Here's the link for that in the Twitch side. If you wanted to check that out, I unboxed some of the Sonic figgies. Put that in the YouTube side as well. And then on my card game channel, I've got a PSA GameStop video on there you can check out. So, a couple of things you can watch before bed. Have a good night. Thanks for watching.